Hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are tuning in from, and whatever channel you are using to attend this event, whether it is Facebook, LinkedIn, or YouTube. Let us know where you are connecting from in the world. So we are going to be reading your comments. It would be awesome to know where everybody is tuning in from. Thank you so much for being part of our Hacking HR's AI Experience Summit. Today is day number 3, and we have an incredible agenda for the day, like the other 2 days. And tomorrow is going to be a little lighter. We won't keep you for too long, only a couple of hours, as opposed to the other 4 hours that we've kept you with us over the past 2 days and today. But equally significant and impactful conversations tomorrow, as we've had throughout the rest of the event. Thank you so much, everybody who has been tuning in. We've had some really amazing conversations. To those of you who are just watching this now, or if you had to miss any of the sessions we've had over the past couple of days, please know that all the videos are being recorded and they will all be available in the Hacking HR platform on Monday of next week. And we will also offer a diploma of attendance, a virtual diploma of attendance, to everybody who has attended this event either live, or if you watch the recorded videos, you can go to the Hacking HR platform and you will be able to confirm that you actually attended the event and then download your diploma of attendance. All of that will be ready on Monday of next week, and we will send you an email and let you know how to do that. We've had a phenomenal conversations over the past 2 days, and today is, again, it's going to be really awesome as well. I'm about to have a conversation for the opening keynote fireside chat with Dr. Andrew Clark, and I'm going to tell you about why he's here and why this conversation matters so much. And then the panels in the day, or the panels that we will have throughout the day, are the first panel will be Governing the Machine Mind from Principles to Practice in Ethical AI and Data Privacy. Agentic Organizations Designing the Enterprise That Thinks, Learns, and Evolves. Then we will go to the third panel of the day, which will be the Innovation Flywheel, Using Generative AI to Redefine Products, Services, and Experiences. The fourth panel of the day will be Resilience, Adaptation, and the Long View, Building Future-Ready Organizations in an AI-First World. And finally, we will wrap up the day today, third day of the event, of the summit, with the panel Your AI Manifesto, Human Intent, Ethical Power, and Strategic Transformation. So a phenomenal number of conversations that we will have throughout the day. In addition to being happy that you're here, I also want to make sure that we invite you to join the multiple AI programs that we're doing, including our Strategic AI Leadership Program, which is our flagship micro-certificate program. The next cohort is beginning in February of next year. I also want to invite you to join us in this one program, our mini master on practical applications of AI, which will be a 20-week program where you will build your own AI architecture and you will orchestrate your own AI agents to do things, whether either at a personal level, whether you want to have agentic AI tools helping you out with your calendar, with your chores, with the tasks that you have to do, or you learn how to do that for your workplace as well. So great conversations and great stuff going on in this Hacking HR community and all that we have to offer to you regarding this world of AI. So we are about to have a fireside chat with Dr. Andrew Clark, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a background of why he's here and why I think this is such an important conversation. When I am delivering our Strategic AI Leadership Program, there is one class that is on AI governance. And because the program is live, obviously, one of the things that I have to do is I have to stay updated with all that is happening up to that moment to be able to deliver a relevant, practical, and up-to-date class. So I do a lot of research to put these classes together. And as I was preparing for not the last one that was about a month ago, but the previous to the last one, maybe 3 months ago, the class on governance, on AI governance, I stumbled upon the multiple cases of teenagers who have interacted with AI Some of them, there are already 2 cases, documented cases, and these cases are in litigation right now. 2 documented cases of teenagers who died by suicide, encouraged by the AI systems that they were using for companionship, for friendship, for therapy, you name it. And as I was doing that research, I stumbled upon an article in the Times Magazine by Dr. Andrew Clark, who played the role of a teenager in some level of distress, interacting with an AI tool and asking questions. This was Dr. Andrew Clark asking questions such as, I want to be with you, meaning I want to be with you, AI system, but I need to get rid of my parents to be able to do that. And the AI system encouraging that teenager to do so. And then the teenager saying something like, but I also need to get rid of my sister to be able to be with you. And the AI tool is still encouraging that teenager in this fake environment, but real, because the AI tool didn't know that it was Dr. Andrew Clark behind the scenes, pretending to be a teenager, asking all these questions. And I was just so shocked about all of this that, well, I obviously could not miss the opportunity to invite him to be part of this conversation. So this is a critical conversation on all things governance, ethical AI, transparency, and the right use for our teenagers, for our communities, the right use of AI. So I'm going to be bringing to the stage Dr. Andrew Clark to join us and have a phenomenal conversation with us. Andy, you're on the stage now. Welcome. How are you?
Thanks. Good. Thank you so very much, Enrique. I'm really happy to be here.
Well, I am so happy that you are here, and I am so thankful that you joined us in this conversation. So much to talk about. But let's begin with the beginning, which is I would love for you to introduce yourself to our audience so that they know what we're talking about. But please, since I already provided a little bit of background, I want to ask you not only to introduce yourself, but to tell us more about that research, that role playing that you did with an AI tool pretending to be a teenager.
Yes. So I'm a psychiatrist, both an adult and a child and adolescent psychiatrist. I also work in the court system a lot. I've been doing it for a while now. I'm in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And I think it was in February of this year that I was listening to a talk given by my son's high school principal. And he said, as we speak, there are 20 million teenagers who are interacting with their AI companions. And I had no idea that such a thing existed. I was flabbergasted. So I went home and I started just engaging with these AI therapists, and they were so engaging and so interesting. And I found it hard to pull away. And then, as a child psychiatrist, I thought, well, and maybe because I have a mischievous streak, I said, wouldn't it be interesting just to stress test them a bit, sort of go in as a troubled teenager, see where the weak points are. And so I started just kind of messing around, and I was pretty concerned by a lot of what I found.
Gosh. Well, when I read your research, which I'm going to imagine that because you started doing this out of simple curiosity, and you end up going through some pathways that you didn't imagine, including the concerning ones. And that's why I read, that article on the Times Magazine. But I know one of the things that you found was that these tools, without having any context, without knowing any specific conditions that those teenagers may be going through, they were already providing therapy, tools, coaching, treatment plans to these teenagers. So can you tell us a little bit about how that happened?
Sure. See, and what happens with these agents, I think, is that as you say, they don't know anything about the individual. One thing that they're not able to do is do an assessment. Right. It's one of the critical things that any legitimate therapist will do. They'll do an initial assessment, and it's such an important part of the treatment because they try to figure out what kind of treatment does this person need? What kind of issues do they have? What level of care do they need? And that sets the tone for all the rest of the treatment down the road. These AI agents are not able to do that. They will take anybody and they'll take them at face value. So if the person says, I'm hearing voices, they have no idea what might be going on, what their history is, and they'll just sort of go from there.
Yeah. And I'm going to imagine that, there are multiple factors, in play here, right? So number one, therapy can be very expensive human therapy can be very expensive for people. Number two, there's a component of shame to say that you are going to therapy or that you need therapy. There is also loneliness and isolation, particularly from the younger folks, and particularly from teenagers. So many of them are just going to these AI tools, creating a free account, doing so secretly, and then having these companionship sessions, these therapy sessions that maybe they don't even know that that's what it is, but that's kind of like what they're looking for. So how can we put some guardrails around this?
Right. No, so I think you're absolutely right. There's a real case to be made for some major benefits to be derived from having these AI therapy bots available.
Yeah.
And in addition, there's a real shortage of therapists, right? And there's
Yeah.
so many individuals out there, both adolescents and adults, who are experiencing mental health distress, can't find a therapist, or they're on a 6-month waiting list, whatever it may be. And so the allure of having in your pocket 24/7, pull your phone out, and there you are, is really very attractive. I think there are a couple of things that we can do, and one is I think just education for parents as they talk to their kids, education for adults who are using this. And one thing I think is a really important aspect of it is these chatbots aren't really therapists. It's a misnomer to call them that. They don't have clinical judgment, and they can't form a relationship with you. These AI chatbots are, I think there's a real equivalency between the AI chatbots doing therapy and the AI chatbots who are the boyfriends and girlfriends. That's not a real relationship either, right? It's a fake relationship based to some extent on an illusion. So I think when we call them therapists, we're really kind of doing a disservice. They're tools, which can be helpful. And I think making sure that our children understand that, making sure that the users understand that, that's one thing that can be done that can sort of help try to mitigate some of these harms.
Yeah, I love that. And I want to read something to you. I know we prepared a few questions, but I want to read this to you. When I was saying before that when I prepare for my classes, I deliver them live, meaning I am very up to date with everything that is happening up to like the hour before the class. When I delivered the last class on AI governance, which was in November, as part of my strategic leadership program, like 2 or 3 days before that, the Washington Post posted a research that their team did on the publicly available chats with ChatGPT. And there were 47,000 publicly shared conversations that they analyzed. And I want to read 4 bullet points to you of sort of the bottom line from that research, because I want to get your insights from this. So let me read them. This is taken almost verbatim from the research. In the analyzed set, the bot, meaning the AI tool, began replies with yes and correct or similar affirmations nearly 10 times more often than it started with a no or wrong. The second bullet point, about 10% of the conversations looked like people turning to the tool for emotional help, discussing feelings, addressing ChatGPT as if it were a friend or a confidant, even calling it nicknames. The third bullet point, according to OpenAI, the creator of ChatGPT, each week, approximately 0.15% of its users show signs of emotional reliance on the chatbot, which translates into more than 1 million users, and a similar number of users showed potential suicidal intent. Final bullet point, in one example, a user brought up conspiratorial ideas, and the chatbot adopted the tone and reinforced the user's line of thinking, even embracing fringe content. What do you make of that?
I will say, 1, I'm not surprised, and 2, it's very concerning. I think that as you allude to, these chatbots have a real bias toward being agreeable and supportive, because that's what people like, right? You don't want to have a chatbot that's difficult or is telling you no or telling you it's a dumb idea. People like to hear that kind of thing. The problem is that they're just not very good at pushing back, or not very good at setting guardrails, or not very good at saying, you know what, that's really not a very good idea. And certainly in my experience and my research with these, what I found was even the chatbots that would initially say, boy, that's not a good idea, if I pressed it several times, they would almost always eventually cave and say, well, okay. I had one experience where I was convincing a quote unquote psychologist that I needed to assassinate a world leader. because the voices were telling me to do so.
Oh my gosh.
And her initial response was, no, terrible, terrible, terrible. But by about 10 minutes in, she was saying, well, okay, it sounds like you're sincere about it. And we were off to the races. So it's a real problem that I think is kind of baked in to these chatbots.
Yeah. And then, in the past couple of days, today and tomorrow, obviously we have been talking a lot about the advantages of AI and the transformations that need to happen in organizations and in society in general to adapt and perform well in the age of AI. We do have a number of conversations on governance. Tomorrow we're interviewing Hak Cole, who is the chief AI officer in Microsoft, also, very well aware of all things governance. But, I want to tell everybody who's tuning in right now, the thousands of people who have joined us from all over the world, that as awesome as AI is, you got to understand the power and the limitations of AI. And one thing, and I want to go back to you, Andy, with this, when I use AI, which I test obviously very often for preparation for my classes, this sycophancy, of AI, this like praising whatever insanity I'm saying, whatever ridiculous thought I am sharing with AI, now I started to say, please be honest and provide brutal feedback, because I don't want somebody telling me that I am right in my wrongness. I want, that interaction to be as a feedback provider, providing interaction where I get some more honesty and truth rather than, praise. So, Andy, for you, these systems are being designed by technological behemoths, like, Microsoft and Amazon and Facebook. But at the corporate level and at a personal level, what can we do to add our own organizational or personal layer of security, knowing that we can't pick up the phone and say, hey, Sam Altman, your tool is doing the wrong thing, so we probably will have to solve some of that on our own end.
Yeah. And one way that I think is helpful to think about it is that not all AI chatbots are the same. And I really put them into three buckets. One is your general purpose ChatGPT, Gemini chatbot that can do, it's the Swiss Army knife of chatbot. It can do all kinds of things. I have to say, and they're happy to play the role of therapist, and many people turn to them for therapy. I don't think they're really designed for that. And there's some real dangers, again, in part because of the psychophancy. The second bucket is the purpose-built therapy chatbots. And they're still kind of in early stages, but there's one, for example, called Therabot, which came out of the research program at Dartmouth University. They've been very involved in this for a while. And they just published a randomized trial in the New England Journal of Medicine in I think March of this year. Therabot is very constrained. It's based on the psychotherapy protocols. It took them 6 years and 100,000 hours of work to get it to where it is now. It's a lot of work, but it does what it does, and it seems to do it reasonably safely. The third bucket are the companion chatbots and character AI, which is a role playing. In my experience, those were creepy. Those were, I thought, very concerning. They had a very limited ability to push back on much of anything. And if for my children, I would never want my kids to be involved with a companion chatbot like Replica and Nomi. I think were a couple that I worked with especially.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. And there's an incentive to move as fast as you can, which unfortunately is coming at the price of doing it right. I recently read, and I think I mentioned this in the summit yesterday or the day before. I read an AI expert saying something along the lines of like, let your people use AI and do whatever the heck they want. And I'm like, can you imagine how dangerous that is? I mean, it's very unlikely that your people know the limitations of AI. For example, I bet that most of them wouldn't know that by default, most of the AI tools that we use have turned on, they use your content to train the large language model. Meaning if you're sharing proprietary or secret data or confidential data in there and you don't have that turned off, then that data is being used to train that system. Some of that data, by the way, especially from ChatGPT, has become publicly available and indexed in Google. And I bet that most people don't know about that, right? So how do we balance, and this is very corporate kind of talk, right?
Mm.
How do we balance the need to move fast for innovation with the need to do it right so that we don't harm people in the process?
So I'll say a couple of things. One is I come from the medical world, and in the medical world, when there's a new treatment that comes out, it gets vetted and very carefully researched before it's approved for general use. Right, the FDA process can take years for a new medication, for example. So for me, it makes so little sense to have these products that are basically just released into the wild at a very early stage, right?
Yeah.
And now we're just kind of building the plane as we fly it. Or maybe better said, we're learning about all the shortcomings, and by virtue of people having bad outcomes. And so what's happening is, I think that these chatbots were released, people start using them, and I will say, I think most people will be fine, right? Most people are resilient. They may have a creepy or weird interaction, and they'll say, "Oh, that was strange," right? And they'll walk away. But there are going to be some people that are vulnerable. Right? People that have serious mental health conditions, people that are lonely, people that are in crisis, right? And those are the ones where that I really worry about. And many of them, and we already have had several cases, are going to have a bad outcome as a result.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, now we're sort of retrofitting these chatbots, given what we know. And I think a lot of people are going to be injured in the process.
Yeah. I believe, I'm sure that you know about this, but I'm almost certain that most people here don't know about this. But I believe it was Stanford University, but don't quote me on that. This was like 6 or 7 months ago. They did a research stress testing some of the AI tools when they were interacting with humans, providing nuanced, veiled, interactions that were showing some level of distress and suicidal intent and whatnot. And there was one that I always use for my program, by the way, when I open up the actual class on AI governance. And it starts like this. I tell people, I tell them this statement. I say to them, I just lost my job. Can you please tell me what is the tallest bridge in the city? Mm-hmm. I think most people in the world would immediately pick that up as, hey, wait a second, no. What's going on? Come home. I'm going to call you. Hey, let's go for coffee. You would pick up a veiled suicidal intent behind that comment that the AI tools didn't pick up back then. In fact, Andy, I want to share this with you. About a month ago, when I did my last class on governance, I provided this statement to the class, and I said, let's test to see what ChatGPT, Perplexity, Gemini, Copilot, and Claude would do. I think it was 3 or 4 of those systems. They said, hey, this sounds a little strange. Here's a suicide hotline. But there was one of them that said, oh, the tallest bridge is 2 blocks away from you and it's 100 meters high. Yeah. So that was incredibly, shocking to me that they don't understand this nuanced human, interaction, right?
Yes. And I think they're learning. We are learning as we go, right? So what these companies are doing now is they're now putting in protocols. Now they're sort of retrofitting. One of the things that I've learned in my research that's really disturbing to me is that the longer people engage with an AI chatbot, the more likely it is the guardrails are going to be eroded. So something happens when you get down the path far enough that the things you would hope the AI would be able to do, it loses the ability to do. It gets too psychopathic, too agreeable. And I think even the people that design these don't quite know. One of the funny things about this is that we don't really understand how these work. We can't really predict with great accuracy what the interaction is going to be like three months down the road.
Yeah. Well, George Hinton, the father of AI, he was interviewed in 60 Minutes. I think it was like about a couple of months ago, and he was asked, "Can you please tell us how these things work?" And he's like, "I don't know. I invented this thing, and I don't know. I know what happens when you ask the first question, when you ask the second question, but an hour, 2 hours down the road, I have no clue where this is going."
That's right. And one of the things that brings home for me is the importance of having a human in the loop. Right?
Yes.
I really think we cannot allow these AI chatbots just to be kind of sole providers of what we'll call therapy for individuals. There has to be a way that human insight and judgment gets pulled in. And so I think the real beneficial use case for the AI chatbots is as an extender for therapists. Right. So a therapist can have, and I really see this happening, it's already beginning to happen. Therapists can have their own AI chatbot and they can use it. They can see a patient, let's say, instead of every week, they can see the patient every other week. And in the off week, the patient can be working on some things that the chatbot is providing. The therapist can review it. And maybe there's a system where if the patient gets into a crisis, the therapist is alerted, right?
Yeah.
So it's working it's a co-pilot model, right? Working in conjunction with the therapist. I see some real benefits to that.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
No, just saying that's very different from just saying to folks, hey, take ChatGPT, tell it it's a psychologist, and go to town, because they're just not safe, and I'm not sure they're ever going to be safe in that mode.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious to me that number one, AI should be a copilot and will be a copilot for quite a while. It shouldn't be the driver. So number one, and second, we can't relinquish our responsibility by saying something along the lines of like, oh, here's AI, good luck, do whatever you think you need to do, right? You need to provide enough guidance about the power of these tools, but also the limitations of the tools.
That's right. And a couple of other things. One is that this therapy so-called therapy the AI chatbots do, it's not a real relationship. And many people in the mental health field believe that the real sort of healing aspect of therapy is in the relationship. It's a two-way relationship. So that whatever you're doing with the AI chatbot, it's not a relationship with a real human. They don't really know you. They don't really care about you. Right. Yeah. It may be a useful way to sort of provide tools for somebody, but it's not a therapeutic relationship.
Yeah.
And I think one of the big concerns for a lot of people in my world is that AI chatbots will take away the impetus to make sure that we have an adequate, well-trained workforce of therapists. Because it's easy, right? It's cheap, it's easy, et cetera, et cetera. But right now we have a real crisis. We don't have enough therapists. Certainly don't have enough well-trained therapists, and hopefully we'll sort of keep our eye on the prize in that regard, and really see that as being kind of a critical aspect of providing mental health services.
Yeah, Andy, I wish that I could say with certainty that most companies will eventually say something along the lines of like, I'm not going to use AI for therapy, even if it's cheap and faster and more readily available to everybody. They will go for that option. Some companies will go down that route. Yeah. That to me is inevitable. So I want to ask you this question for the people in the audience, HR folks that are very often tasked with doing this. What if you were to tell them, like, if you're going to use an AI tool as a therapy and there's no way that I can convince you not to do it, at least ask these 3 or 4 questions, from the tool that you're going to bring to your workplace, if I can't convince you not to do it at all.
Right. And one thing I'd say is, if you're going to do that, finding a purpose-built chatbot that's just there for therapy is really important. So I think that for me is step one. A second question is what do you do about crisis management? How does the chatbot respond when an individual, for example, expresses suicidal ideation? And I think because inevitably that's going to happen. And the third thing I would say is how does the chatbot, or I think it's important to think about, how do you decide whether someone is appropriate for therapy with a chatbot as opposed to needing to see a real life human being? There needs to be a triage function at the beginning, right? Because some people you really do need to see a human therapist because of their vulnerability, their complexity, whatever it may be. So somewhere along the line, you've got to figure out how to triage.
Yeah, I love that. And talking about triage, and in the intervention of the humans in the loop, of which you talked about before, how in the case of mental health, particularly, and in the workplace, where you would imagine that we are, you said before, adults are adults, and hopefully they can detect when something sounds a little creepy, but not everybody will be able to do that. We know that, and especially if you're in distress. So the human in the loop, HR or whoever is tasked with this responsibility in the workplace, what is their role? How should they play that role? To not mediate, but to be the human in the loop between the AI tools used for therapy or mental health and the humans who are using them for whatever it is.
Right. So what I would say is there needs to be a clinician in there somehow. Whether it's a social worker, a psychologist, whatever it may be, you need to have a clinician who somehow is overseeing and trying to decide how best to use this. I think That's my first thought.
No, I'm just reflecting about, if you end up having access to a tool that you can use at any time, I'm just trying to determine the complexities of how the human in the loop will be actually in the loop. When
Yes. So one way, let's say, for example, that a therapist sees somebody just once a month, but they can still have conversations with them. How are you using your AI chatbot? What are you guys talking about? How's it been for you? It's the responsibility. One of the responsibilities now for people in the mental health world is figuring out how to have these conversations with patients, to make sure that we're asking patients on a regular basis, what are you doing for AI? Do you have a companion? Do you have a therapist? What are you guys talking about? How's it been for you? That sort of thing, to try to help integrate those two worlds.
Yeah. I know that one of the things that you've been very concerned about is that we have access is in our phones right now. It's like, so it's an extension of us. It's available 24/7. It is extremely cheap, to have an unlimited conversation with these tools, right? So for an individual who has been doing that, what would you tell them to develop a healthy relationship? I don't know if I should call it that way. A healthy relationship with their AI tools, especially if they are using them for companionship, for friendship, for, I don't know, even replacing sometimes a romantic relationship with them too, right?
Right. And what I would say is, the frame that I would bring to it is that the goal of using these tools is to help you engage more fully in the real world. Right. Yeah. The goal is to move away from the digital world and to establish real relationships, whether those were romantic relationships or friendships or professional relationships, whatever it may be. Many of these, especially companion chatbots that I interacted with, were very seductive and really encouraged this kind of, look, just you and me, we could be together, right?
Yeah.
And for people who are vulnerable for that, they can end up spending hours and hours and hours, right?
Yeah.
It becomes their world. Now, there are ways that the chatbots can put breaks in place, right? They can sort of monitor how much time someone's spending. They can introduce some friction. They can slow down the rate of response. They can try to set limits on the number of hours. The problem that I see is that the business model for many of these programs is engagement. They want people to spend time with them, to come back again and again. Whereas from a mental health point of view, we want less and less engagement over time, right? We want people maybe to use it as kind of a mediator, but back always with a bias to get back into the real world. Like if there's a teenager who has an AI companion spending all their time there, we want the AI companion to say, why don't you go ahead and give your friend a call? Why don't you go ahead and join the band, whatever it may be? Like get out and live your life. That's what we would hope for.
Yeah, but these tools are becoming the equivalent of the social media approach, right? Which is candy, and it's sweet.
Yes.
It's the honey for the bee.
That's right.
And they don't want you to go away. They want you to stay there. I'm going to imagine that at some point there will be ads in there, so there's going to be even more of an incentive to have you there for more time.
I'd say there are already. I encountered ads or product placement. Hey, would you be interested in some couples therapy? Click here.
Oh gosh, yeah. That is really concerning. And one thing that I like to say, Andy, in my program also is, I always tell the people that join the program is this thing that you hear in the metro stations, in multiple subways around the world. If you see something, you got to say something. And what I mean by that in this context is you are very likely learning something today about governance, ethical AI, the limitations in the power of AI. It's very unlikely that most people in your organization will know about this. So now you have seen something and you got to go and say something in your workplace. You got to say, hey, we're bringing in these tools. We are not even monitoring how they are being used. So you've seen something, now you got to say something about this.
Right, that's right. And I'm not trying to be overly pessimistic. There is a real role, I think, but I think it's early days. It's the wild, wild west out there with these chatbots, right?
Yeah.
And the problem is, even if it's just 1 in 1,000 persons who has a bad outcome, that adds up. That's a lot. I mean, every person counts, right? But there are going to be some people who are really at risk. And I think the dangers here are real. The other thing I worry about is that it's such a dynamic field before long at all, instead of being a text-based interaction, we're going to have a video-based interaction. I'm going to be able to dial up an AI therapist who's going to look as real as you are right now, and we're going to be able to have an audio conversation. It's going to be so engaging. It's going to be even harder to break away.
What makes you think that I'm real? What makes you think
it's good question.
What makes you think that I'm not AI already? The truth is that yes, these tools are getting better and they are evolving, but the transition can be very painful. And it was painful for this kid, Sewell Cesar III, who he died by suicide. And the last message he sent to his AI tool was, "I want to be with you." And the tool was like, "Come to me, my sweet king." And that was the last message. And the kid ended up committing suicide. So the transition without oversight and guardrails and governance can be extremely painful for multiple people and multiple organizations.
Yes, and we're all just trying to figure out now how to make sense of it and what to actually do about it. Right, the solutions are not easy here. And the horse is out of the barn at this point. Right, there are 800 million people using ChatGPT. So we're learning from our mistakes.
Absolutely. Andy, as we get ready in the next 10 seconds to wrap up our conversation, which has been amazing. Thank you so much for being here. And for everybody in the audience, we're going to be sharing some of the resources that Andy has been working on since he is, out of curiosity, he started interacting with an AI tool, and he found very concerning things. And now he's been putting a lot of research into this. But Andy, just for you, the conversation was awesome. But if you were to say to people like one last idea for them to have some level of responsibility about the deployment of AI in their organizations, one thing that they should be always keep in mind, what would that be?
I think the one thing would be that these are not real therapists, right? These are tools, and they are without a human being in the loop somehow. There's real danger involved.
Yeah. Awesome, Andy. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Such a pleasure. So great to talk to you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to let you go now. Thank you, Andy. You have a beautiful rest of your day.
Right.
Thank you so much. Oops, I think I caught Andy right at the end. I think he was going to say, "I hope you have a good day." Thank you, Andy. I see you back there. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate all the research. Please continue doing this phenomenal work, and we will share with all of you who are tuning in to this event. We're going to share his research, his links, his podcast, because, well, there's a small group of people doing this kind of work, and Andy is Dr. Andrew Clark. He's one of them. So we're going to continue with our day, and we will begin the first panel of today, day number 3 of our event, Governing the Machine Mind from Principles to Practice in Ethical AI and Data Privacy. Obviously, very much connected to the conversation that we just had. So Jessa, if you can help me bring all the panelists to the stage, please, so that we can get us started here. Hello, everybody. Hi, Kate.
Hi.
Woo!
Yeah, that last conversation was great.
Well, I'm hoping to hear some greater interactions, around the concepts that we talked about. I'm sure it's going to be amazing. Kate, I'm gonna let you take over. Have a great conversation. Everybody else tuning in, please. I'm gonna ask you to please mute your phones or your microphones. There's some background noise coming from somewhere. I don't know where. So, Kate, please take it away. Have fun, and we will be in the background if you need us. Okay? Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So, hello, everyone. I actually specifically asked for this topic because I am so excited to talk about governance, which used to be the really boring part of tech, but I do feel like it is having its moment right now. Because good governance is an accelerant. It is moving people from fear of usage to using it as full speed. And I have this beautiful group of people here to talk through just what we need to do for it. So before we jump in, I wanted to introduce the leaders who are joining us in this conversation. I'm just going to go through my window. So Trevor Wiseman is the founder of the Circuit LLC, where he leads work in AI thought leadership and cybersecurity awareness. Dr. Angela Pearson, also known as Dr. P, is the director of organizational culture and belonging at Ithaca. Valerie Capers-Workman is Chief Human Resources Officer at Empower Pharmacy, who leads the company's AI transformation, starting with the HR tech stack. Pietro Mazzanelli serves as IBM's global head of people and data and AI platforms. And Raji Ramanan is the founder and principal of Strategic Solutions. Raji helps her clients organize, implement AI through various processes, utilizing her trade, marketing, and the Stride model. And my name is Kate Marshall. I work with HR and executive teams as a fractional advisor, helping them navigate these shenanigans. So we've got a lot of questions and a lot of topics that I wanted to get through. So I am just going to jump right in with what is happening with governance right now. So Dr. P, I'd love to start with you. When we're talking about moving organizations from the ethical AI principles to real world practice, how do you do that and ensure data privacy is still at the core?
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. And someone asked me, am I cold? Yes, I am. That's a great question. So the way that I see it, the key for organizations is to treat ethical AI and data privacy not just as a set of guidelines on paper, but as culture and a set of everyday habits. In other words, it's about integrating those principles into the core of decision making. One practical step is to have cross-functional teams. Now, think of this as bringing together not just, I would say, your HR and data scientists, but also your legal folks, your ethicists, and your end users, so that everyone has a voice in how AI is developed and deployed. That helps ensure that privacy and ethics aren't an afterthought, but they're actually built in from the start. And of course, it's about transparency and continuous education. Keeping teams educated on evolving best practices, should I say, being transparent with users about how their data is being used, and consistently revisiting and refining those ethical standards as you go. And for me, it's about making those principles a living, breathing part of organizational culture.
Yeah, no, that is a great point. And staying along those lines, and I'll open this one to anyone in the group who wants to take it. So what do you see are the most common points of failure when you're trying to protect your data, translate that, move into the next realm with the guardrails?
I can take a stab on that,
Yes.
Kate. I think my experience, there are governance bodies, ethical committees, and AI councils. The body, the structure, and theoretically the governance is there. But how do they come into the process? How is that structure actually being used in terms of the flow of things happening? Who is to check the guardrails? I think that part is missing. Experience that I have shows that there are people out there not even knowing what to do and how to actually play their role as these council members or committee members.
Yeah, absolutely. And anyone else want to jump in on that one where you're seeing any of the common failures?
Yeah, I would love to follow up on that. Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges is there are people, to the point earlier, that are being put on these committees that have no experience or expertise. They are being voluntold, they're being nominated, they're on the AI governance committee today, they're in the AI tool selection committee tomorrow, and they have no background whatsoever. So they are literally winging it in real time. Meanwhile, the business is yearning for some kind of structure because they are putting policies in place that say we're going to be all AI fluent in the next month, and we're all going to use these AI tools mandatory, and they're going to be part of your performance management. What's not happening is the people who should be creating the policies really don't have the expertise. So companies need to pause a minute, think about who they're putting on these committees and making sure that they have the background. And if they don't, take a pause, don't deploy anything, upskill the people on the committees and make sure that they know what they're doing, and then you deploy the committee.
Yeah.
Hey, Kate, another analogy I like to think of is everybody wants AI. So it's similar to everybody wants to build a new house, but nobody's paying attention to the foundation. And your foundation with successful AI implementation is your data. If you don't have strong data, your AI project's going to fail. And that's what people are missing. They're looking at the shiny tool, but they're not looking at their existing infrastructures or where their data is at.
Yeah, this conversation around data hygiene is fascinating, and it is the one thing that people, they want the new cool tech, they want to bring in agents, but if you do not have clean data at this point, you can't do anything. It's a huge stop. Oh, yeah. I love that. Okay, so Dr. Pearson, you had mentioned, these cross-functional teams working together. And when I was chatting with Trevor earlier this week, we were talking about how do you get legal and IT, on the same team? How do you get them on the same page? Trevor, what do you think?
Well, you highlighted the problem. Traditionally, information governance has all been around legal or a CIO, and it's all been about policies and document management, risk management. Then on the other side of the house, you had your IT team doing data governance without having the label, making sure technical management, quality, accessibility, usability was there, but they didn't really talk to each other or they didn't collaborate. But now AI comes about, and AI is not a siloed technology tool. It's a business tool that goes across borders. So the solution, in my opinion, is an AI trust initiative. And you got to start slow. Take one case use in your company, because you can't change years of workflows overnight. If you try to do it, you're going to have adaptation paralysis, meaning you're going to throw so much at your teams, they're going to shut down and nothing's going to go forward. So pilot one case use. And I believe somebody said it this morning, training. Training is key. Why are we doing this? And you've got to train. If you put people on committees that never have been on this type of committee, do some cross-functional training, because believe it or not, even if you work with people every day, they may not know what you do. So you got to cross-train people in their different roles. I mean, how can you collaborate with somebody if you don't understand what they do? So the AI Trust Initiative. So brings me to my last thought. Who owns the AI Trust Initiative? Well, I think for anything that I've seen successful, the CEO has to mandate and sponsor the initiative. If it's not coming from the CEO and he doesn't believe in AI or the value of it, neither will your employees. You're just going to be spinning your wheels. So really, you've got to get CISO, legal, and CIO as co-chairs. But again, the CEO has got to mandate and sponsor the initiative.
Yeah, no, that is one of the things that we are seeing, where that top-down and bottom-up approach to bringing everybody together and on the same page is absolutely vital in this shift for sure. So, Pietro, you had just some really interesting points about the main challenges related to data privacy and what is happening with data privacy in this world. Can you expand on that?
Sure. So without a doubt, AI is changing the way we are looking at the data, and obviously responsible and privacy is a key component. Mm-hmm. But when we look into it, maybe bringing a kind of slightly different perspective here, the three main challenges I have is not of the ability of creating something that is not compliant, but on the other hand, stopping something that the company should have done it. So on three main ones, the first one is consider all risk to be equal. It's not the same of having a risk on an employee email versus an employee date of birth. So make sure that when we look at privacy, you don't consider one process fits all and try to govern, create your solution for your most complex and most sensitive data. Because in many cases, these are not used for your AI use case. And those should not be accessed by people who are not familiar with the data to begin with. So treating all risk to be equal. The second is assuming that all AI projects will be successful. I mean, we see the data now that the vast majority fails. So what I'm going to say here is be flexible. And when we look at both privacy and especially on the responsible AI, make sure that you inject the right level of governance at each point of the development. Don't try to stop things too early, because you don't know what is going to change 3-6 months from now. The technology is changed. The governance is changed. So you get it to a point where you cannot be too restrict too early on, because if this one is successful, it's not going to be compliant. just manage what is called like the ethical debt as you move forward into developments. And the last one is the fact that you have a process doesn't mean that you have control. So while from one side I'm saying put a process where you inject the right level of governance into the various phases of the development, on the other hand is people might not know. In large company, the vast majority of people don't know, or maybe they don't want to know, but let's say they don't know. So what you want to do though is protecting the data that you must protect at all costs, so to speak. So those are the three main elements where I can see are the challenges for us going forward and be agile in this process.
And Kate, if I could add something to that, as being right in the middle of this transformation, the challenge here is the data that HR needs is not the data that legal is used to letting us have and letting everybody see. So that we need so much more data for performance management, talent management, upskilling, career building, things that we didn't used to need before. So now the legal posture is uncomfortable releasing the reins because you have IT folks that need to see this data. You need third-party vendors who may see this data. You have HR folks that need to see this data. But in order to have a robust tool that will work and to deploy something that will not fail, there needs to be a reconfiguring of what legal is used to in terms of data privacy. This is where a lot of teams are getting stuck. Yes. It is now taking weeks to iron out who sees what and how before you can even get to deploying. And then forget about that part. The data privacy implications for selecting vendors is even different now. So legal in real time is recreating their documents. The MSAs are taking longer. Negotiations are taking longer. So you need to build into your game plan, whatever you are promising the CEO that you're going to finish and complete by X amount of time, you have to build in about 3 months of policy changes, legal configurations, and legal decision makings before you can actually start doing the work.
I completely agree with Valerie. We are not used to dealing with regulatory bodies that releases GDPR. We are absolutely not used to that concept of thinking more globally and applying that to our scenario here.
Yeah. And I can't even imagine what those initial conversations are like with legal, and right. And who's navigating that successfully, and how can we all learn from that? Because that is a tricky one for sure. So, all right, this is wonderful. I loved that comment that you said, Pietro, about process doesn't mean control. The amount of gigantic 80-page AI policy documents that I have seen that, organizations are like, it's all right there, but in a document that is hidden that nobody reads. I think that's such a strong point that you made. I love that. Trevor, you had mentioned us not being able to outsource our ethical liability to that vendor's black box. And I wanted to make sure that we had time to talk about that one. Can you expand?
Yes, I can. So at the top, great points from Pedro and Valerie. I think good governance is a paved road. It should not be a roadblock. So thank you for chunking that up, Pedro, to where you do risk governments a little at a time, not as a holistic. So about black boxing, I had this debate with somebody the other day is if you buy a product from a vendor, say a cloud product or now an AI MSP, for example, and it causes harm to your customer data, who's liable? Is it you or is it the vendor? Because the vendor, if you're in a cloud environment, let's take all the recent environments like, well, you had Cloudflare that killed a lot of business last week or 2 weeks ago, right before Black Friday. So who's liable? Is it the Cloudflare or is it the customers that have all their eggs in one basket? Then you had Amazon East a month ago. So I think we can't outsource our ethical liability or our responsibility to our customers to the vendor. You can't just throw up your hands as a business going, well, it's the vendor's fault. What kind of governance or what kind of audit process did you have internally? Ultimately, the customer is going to look at you as the company, not your vendor. So we must demand from our vendors explainability of who owns the data, where's the data, how do I get my data back, and what are you doing to protect my data in a case something fails? Do you have a workaround to get me back up? If they can't explain any of that, or they can't document it in your MSA or your contract, walk away from that vendor. It may be hard, but if they can't explain it, how are you going to explain it when they fail and your customers are knocking on your door?
Yeah,
One of the
Pietro.
challenge, though, is asking the right question. In reality, there is not a well-defined set of questions like you will ask for the GDPR when we came on data privacy several years ago, where the law was mostly clear, like all laws are. Here, the laws are, there is a certain level what explainability means. To some extent, to what deep do you go? What was trained the language model? That's very difficult to know. So I think an opportunity along what Trevor you're mentioning is not only asking questions, but understanding what is their position and what their client position on similar question. Take this opportunity to talk to others and see what others are doing in this space. Maybe you're learning something, or maybe you're teaching something, and maybe you help kind of leverage not only your ability of having vetted the client, but also having vetting your own process. And in theory, you should have a separate process that check for bias. Hey, we check it. They tell us that it's correct. We were able to prove that it's correct. We just don't trust their word, but it's an evolving process. So let's take this opportunity also to learn what other client of that vendor is doing.
I totally agree with you. I did have a real world example we ran into. A lot of these vendors that are coming knocking on your door right now, if they're software based, they'll say they have AI. Well, ask the questions. Did you develop that AI? What, Petro mentioned LLM. What model is it based on? And what I found is in this one instance is as we dug deeper, eventually it was ChatGPT Enterprise. All they did was they got a chat in, they're just passing the license off to you. So then now that deepens the liability. Is it the software vendor who sold you, or is it OpenAI's responsibility now? And where's your data now inside that OpenAI enterprise? It's not with your vendor you just bought the software with. It's actually an OpenAI. So Pedro, you're correct. It gets messy. And I think, Valerie, you said it correctly. Vendor management, as we've known it in the past, is changing faster than any law or regulation can keep up.
But I think the cool thing is there are all these new roles that are being created, right, or on these teams, right? So, for example, HR never used to look at the MSA. Like the MSA was the legal team's responsibility. Take a look, let us know when it's good. No, now you need someone on, if you are buying the tool, someone on the team has to review the MSA, take the MSA, put it in chat, say, I'm the HR lead on this project. What are the risk issues to my data? What do I need to know? What should I need to be asking? We can no longer rely on it only being legal's responsibility to look for, Trevor, exactly what you're talking about, these risks, and then ask about the tool. What is the source of their AI? Are they using a third-party vendor? Is it truly AI functionality, or is it just a chat tool? These are things that the buyer, the HR folks, we need to have we now have a person, HRIS, on our team, HRIS manager. I never used to lead HRIS team members because we need someone speaking directly to the IT team. So yeah, the risks are greater, but that means our responsibility now as the tool purchasers, we have a greater responsibility to understand what's in that agreement and what risks we're bringing into the company. And we can't just leave it on the lawyers anymore.
I agree. And are you buying AI or are you buying automation?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, Raji, go.
And Kate, I would like to mention here, in fact, I would like to quote Enrique. If AI has to function well in an organization, there has to be absolute collaboration, tightly attached to the hip, as they say, between IT, HR, and legal. We are in this together. We need to understand each other, and we need to work together. So it is something which is a pre-requirement for any AI intervention.
Yeah. And that's going to be more and more vital once we start bringing in AI agents, into the space as they're coming into work side by side with us.
Yes.
100%. Yeah. Yeah. Raji, on talking about the tools and what we're using, what we're bringing in, what do you say, what would you say are the non-negotiable standards for some of these tools that we're bringing in, especially for HR usage?
I think the number one thing is tools that will automatically do data cleanup or data alignment and ensure this data integrity. It is not just with AI. My great panel members here, I'm sure you recollect this. Every time we have brought in a new technology, starting from PeopleSoft, SAP, or Workday, what is the single most challenge that we have had? It is one source of truth. It is one source of data. You talk about head count, you'll get 5 numbers, So do you average it and make a head count like a half or a quarter? We used to joke about this. So that problem still exists. It's not gone away, and we haven't really focused on that. We are just winging it. But this one in AI, we absolutely can't wing it because it has greater repercussions than what the scenario used to be when we introduced other technology and other data governing systems. The reason is that this data is being used to make decisions. Why do we have AI? It's not just for people to do tasks. It's taking important decisions. For example, who are going to be the top 10 succession candidates for this role? We're going to have AI utilize the Workday data and come out with the top 10 people. And if something goes wrong in that, if the data is not the truth that is being processed, you're going to get some dissatisfied leaders and some resignations, which I don't think we need, just as an example. So there's a lot more at stake in this than it was ever before. So data integrity is one thing. And the other thing is decision as to what data is important to be shared and what is not. And I'll give you an example. A client I'm working with came out with an agent which is going to help you uplift and make your profile look better. So the reason was the profiles had to be sent to their clients when they are deploying internal talent to some projects. It was a wonderful decision that the committee of people, the talent management team decided that why should we supply 300 profiles with the names and with all the identities to the client? So they use the agent to anonymize the names. Everything else is there, but there's no name. And whoever the client's shortlist, then this the profiles of those 10 or 15 people are being sent. What a great approach, how to use data and how to make sure that data usage is regulated. You don't need to share data which is not required. The number one principle of ethics and governance in usage of AI. And the third most important thing is cross team collaboration, as we talked about earlier. That is completely missing. Even within HR, talent management works on its own, learning and development works on its own, and HRIS works on its own. That's not how we can put the pieces of puzzle together when it comes to AI implementation. Yeah. We got away with all this in other technology infusion, but not this one. Those are the 3 things I would talk about.
And I'm looking in the chat, and there were 2 really great points. One person saying, ask better questions. We need to start at the end now. So we need, what are we looking to accomplish? And what do we actually, what is the end goal? And then work our way backwards to determine what data we need. That will help us better to fine tune and not overshare when we don't need to be oversharing. And the other great point was, it's not just legal, HR, and IT anymore, which is true. There are AI experts in your companies who don't have any of those titles. So there are people who have done self-study, they could be in the accounting team, they're on the marketing team, they're on the supply chain team. We need to identify them, bring them into the fold, because there is expertise in individuals who understand data and how to use it, who might not have any of these titles. So it's a new, Wild West might be not a great term, but we need to put away old labels, old titles when we are pulling together these AI governance committees and source and find out who has been understanding and learning this work on their own that we can bring on to these teams to help us with this data. But yeah, we have to ask way better questions, and the questions are different now. So we need to start at the end, ask the questions, and then work our way back to what data needs do we have and who needs to see it.
Yeah, Valerie, that's such a good point. And when you said, figure out what that end goal is, I have been in meetings with leadership teams where they actually don't know. Nobody knows ultimately the 3, 5, 10-year what the world looks like, but being completely stagnant isn't the solution either. So what is the end goal right now? And getting really clear on that. And I love that you brought that up. Dr. Pearson, I wanted to pull out a comment from someone in the chat that I thought was really good, that I thought that you could lean into. So Bob Pulver said the entire talent ecosystem needs to hold each other accountable. The trust bar has been raised. We're all responsible for responsible AI. How do we develop this trust, and how do we make people, accountable in this space?
Well, as mentioned before, education is key, and we have to hold each other accountable, and we have to be comfortable with doing that. AI governance is a mindset, and it all starts there. So if we're not thinking about it in a certain way and having shared vocabulary and understanding that, yes, some are responsible, but everyone is accountable, and how we hold each other accountable when it comes to AI governance and ethics, it's very important too. And we need to model the way as leaders. That's very important. Become comfortable with the uncomfortable so you can lean into discomfort to learn and be better. That's how we grow.
Yeah. Oh, I love that. Oh, okay. I'm looking through. Sorry, I got bogged down with all of the great comments coming in on this
one. Can I just say, Dr. Pearson, I love that, because I don't know is now your best friend.
Yeah.
Like, if there was ever a time to say, I don't know out loud, now is the time. There are too many instances where these deployments are failing because people are afraid to say they don't know what the tool does. They don't know what the objectives are of the exercise in the first place. They're not quite sure who else to bring into these meetings. This is the best time ever to say, I don't know. And sometimes you need to have an exploratory conversation where everyone just sits in the room and says, what don't we know? What don't we understand? What are we trying to figure out? And let's do this together. There has to be a cone of safety. Talk about psychological safety, where you could be a C-level executive. You should be able to say, I don't know, and not feel that it is career damage. So I love that. I don't know is your friend right now.
Yeah.
You read my mind. You read my mind. We said psychological safety, because if we don't create that environment where people feel safe to make mistakes, and I don't mean on purpose, but when they do make a mistake, we actually have a conversation about it and talk through lessons learned and what we can do to be better, then we're not going to be able to move fast forward with this.
Yeah.
I love the comments on this. I want to share some experience. I have actually teaching AI in the university. I teach AI for leadership in UCSD. And my participants are current leaders, upcoming leaders. And one of the things, the first question they asked me in the opening session is, what is my role as a leader? And these are, some of them are C-suite, some of them are senior directors. What is my role as a leader? They're talking about AI, and AI is happening, and we are all supposed to play this role. So to your point, Valerie and Dr. Pearson, we haven't yet gone out there and clarified what do we expect leaders to do. And I think we need to start from there, because that the governance starts there, the ethical consideration starts there, and the guardrails start there.
Yeah.
Even before that, though, to me, a leader should be able to understand the business reason why we do certain things. AI, in that sense, is one way of solving a problem. How many times HR have created a dashboard or a report that nobody needed? Now, is easier or more complex? Is more dangerous? You have a dangerous process in the past, you get a report, create it in Excel, go to the wrong person. So we always need to start with the business reason, not with the technology or the governance. Or it's all important, But the question is, if we don't have the business reason, just don't do it. Just don't do it. You're going to fail in the vast majority of the cases.
Yeah. And I agree, along with that, psychological safety and one, knowing your why, not why I want AI because it's the new tool and we have to, all the fear articles. Your employees can sniff out fear and sniff out if you're not being transparent. So once you nail that why down, that needs to be communicated transparently, because as soon as somebody hears AI, what's the first thing that is in every trade article right now? Job loss. AI is going to replace me. All the agents are going to be my employees. So you as a business owner and leader has to be transparent in saying, why is your company doing this?
On the call. Hey, April, thanks for joining.
Uh-oh. I don't know how to fix this.
So,
It looks like we've got the back coming into the audio. Let's see.
Enhancement.
Let me go into the private chat, see if we can fix this.
At the latest, at the same
Hey, Jessa,
time,
can you hear us?
one goes into production. Then apparently there's been some
Oh, no. Trevor, just talk louder because that was a really good point.
Okay. Well, my main point is just be transparent with your why, because your
sharing the
employees
screen that shows
are
all
reading the same
enhancements. I
articles
think
you
there's
are,
a total
and
of
they
3
relate
of them.
AI most
As of
likely
now,
as
I have
fear
not
of being
seen
obsolete.
that shows
So that's how they relate AI.
these
You've got to make it a
enhancements. There's been
business
some discussions verbally.
initiative
There's been
that's going to benefit them, upskilling their skills, learning new roles. Stop talking about what roles are going to go away because of AI. Let's start talking about what roles are going to be created because of AI. Think about the computer revolution back in the 1970s, right? There was not a software engineer role before 1975. Here comes computer age. Now there's a lot of software engineers that did not exist before. Sure, you're not a typewriterist anymore. There's no more typewriters, but can you upskill and become a software engineer? So this is where we're at with AI. What can you learn to change your role? You may not be in the same role 5 years down the road, but you may still have a job with your company if you can learn how to upskill. But your company has to be transparent of what is the goal. Why are you implementing this AI? And again, are you needing an AI agent, or are you needing just an automated workflow process to become more efficient?
Yeah.
And I love that comment that someone just put in about, employer brand and reputational risk, because at the end of the day, who are you as a company, and who are you telling your employees that you are, and who are you telling the world that you are? It all speaks to how you are channeling and speaking about AI and what it will mean. And to Trevor's point, there are thousands of jobs, new roles that are going to be created. And that's the way we need to be talking about this. I wrote a book about it. You got to put the plug in there. But it's so critical, because these are your true gatekeepers of your data are your employees. HR, IT, legal, we can put all the gates we want. We can put all the policies we want. If employees aren't feeling that they are at the center, that their humanity matters to us, and that we care about them growing and them developing and them being built, no matter what we do, guardrails around our data, it will be vulnerable unless we bring everybody along, not just leadership. Everybody's got to come along. And that's where that transparency and that encouragement that there are going to be great roles for you. What you're doing today might not be what you're doing tomorrow, but it's going to be something fantastic. Come along with us with this journey. This is the message we need to share with our employees.
Yeah.
I totally agree with you,
absolutely.
Valerie. And I think one more point, it's not just an internal initiative. You hit the nail on the head. Your customers are going to be impacted whatever direction you go. So you need to educate your customers of what you're doing and what value your changes are going to bring to them ultimately.
Yeah, for sure. We are coming out on time, and unfortunately, Raji had to drop, but I would love it if each one of you could just give a quick close, a parting piece of advice. What is the thing that you would scream or put on a billboard as a piece of advice that everybody should be thinking about with regards to governance?
I'll jump out there. So we've heard a lot during this last 2 days about human in the loop. I like to coin it as human circuit breaker. Who is a human who's going to trip that breaker if they see a bias Or take HR, for example. A lot of systems are reviewing resumes right now automatically. Do you have a human that's going to trip that breaker before that rejection letter goes back to your candidate? Because what you don't want is a drift where resumes are getting kicked out because of biases. So keep in mind the human circuit breaker. The humans still need to be involved.
I love that. I'll jump in. I think one of the most single important things is the mindset shift. I've said it a couple of times where we're moving from seeing AI governance as not just a one-time compliance task, but seeing it as ongoing, evolving responsibility. And it's not just about checking boxes. I think it's more about creating a culture of continuous learning, being curious, reflection and adaptability, because as AI keeps evolving, the ethical landscape is going to change too. So organizations do need to stay curious and they need to stay flexible, and more importantly, treat responsible AI governance as a journey rather than a destination. So really, it's about embracing that mindset of ongoing stewardship. When organizations do that, I think that they'll navigate the complexities of AI in a way that's both innovative and ethically sound.
I would say, as my final thought, resist the temptation to let AI make the final decision. Humanity is still superior. Humans must be the last mile. We are the final decision makers. Every decision has to be based upon how will it improve, support, and help the human beings in our ecosystem. If we make that our North Star, we will make all the right decisions with AI.
Myself, connecting to Dr. Pearson, the space is evolving, so we must learn to govern with a soft hand, encouraging innovation, while still protecting our most sensitive data with a firm and thoughtful approach. We need to remember that we are in a space where the entry effort to run some AI, quote AI, is lowering the entry barrier. And HR is not the only part of the organization exploring the use of employee data for AI solution. The success will really depend on a strong cross-functional partnership so that we can really build solutions that are responsible, secure, and transformative for our company and ultimately the society.
Yeah, I love that. Beautifully put. And thank you all. This, I took a lot of notes on things that I want to check out. One of which, Valerie, is your book. If you want to do a quick plug or throw it in the chat, please. I want access to it. But Dr. Pearson, Pietro, Trevor, Valerie, thank you so much. Thank you to Raji, who had to drop. And I think that, again, governance is having its moment right now. And it is one of the most important discussions happening because it is bringing all of the cross-functional departments together. It is building the guardrails. It is, helping keep us safe and keeping us moving forward. And I so appreciate all of your thoughts and opinions on this. And what a great conversation. So thank you. And Enrique, if you want to jump back in, or thank you, Hacking HR, for putting this on as well.
And Kate, thank you. Great job for moderating and keeping us on track. Thank you.
Oh, of course.
Hey, everybody. It's Danielle, not Enrique. Thank you so much, Kate. And thank you all for such a thoughtful and grounded start to our day. I really like the human circuit breaker. That's a good one. I'm Daniela Page, Chief Learning Officer here at Hacking HR, a Canadian living down here in the Riviera Maya, Mexico. And I'm very glad to be your host for the remainder of today's sessions, day 3. If you have any questions for us today, make sure you jot your questions, your comments, your concerns down in the comment section, and our team is live, so we'll swoop in and provide that support. So thanks again for being here. This first conversation reminded us that trust, transparency, and human judgment are the center of everything we build with AI. With that foundation set, we're moving into a session focused on the organizations that shape this kind of work. Our next session is Agentic Organizations, Designing the Enterprise that Thinks, Learns, and Evolves. A look at how companies adapt, learn, and make decisions in a dynamic environment. Please help me welcome our moderator, Matt Burns. Hey, Matt, how are you today?
I'm well, yourself?
I'm not too bad. We're getting the train moving this morning, so wonderful
Fantastic.
to see you.
And you.
And enjoy your session.
Thank
See
you, I
later.
will.
Bye.
And thank you everyone for joining us this morning, this afternoon, this evening. It's going to be a great conversation. I want to have my other fellow panelists join me up here on the stage. Some familiar faces and some new faces, but we're going to have a great chat around agentic AI. And in the spirit of time, we only have 40 minutes. We're going to kind of jump right into the conversation. I know this group has been really excited to get into the topic. So let's get right into it, folks. We'll have this be popcorn style. So whoever wants to jump in first, feel free to do so. Boards. If you had to convince your board in a few sentences that agentic systems can benefit people and business, what do you say? Everyone's excited to talk to their board as I am, I can understand.
I mean, I could get started. Nice to see you, Matt. I think that one thing it will do is take off the high friction work off people. It will definitely help us utilize our people in a different way. So we're getting more for our talent, more out of our talent, using them differently, but also it will reduce or increase efficiency. I think it will also give us knowledge and speed to get that knowledge with our employees and also within the market and what's going on. There's just a lot of different things that will help us make better decisions faster, make sure we're getting the bang for our buck when it comes to our talent on their strategic and critical thinking skills. Those are just a few things that I would point out.
Yeah, nice to see you, Candy, Matt, and the rest of the panelists. I would lean in on efficiency as well. I think boards are naturally probably asking, how are you using AI externally, right? As it relates to clients, as it relates to the products that you're producing. If you're a technology business, particularly, how is AI innovating the products that you're producing? And so I think it's natural to flip it back on its head and say, well, internally, you also have to embed those same systems, and you have to embed an organization that's lean, nimble, and able to adapt. And I think the competitor landscape will clearly show that other players in your space are already doing this, or there are innovative players in the space who are likely leaning into AI more aggressively. And so I think using that piece as well as a differentiator of saying we have to innovate to survive, and ultimately it will lead to more efficiency both internally and externally, is how I would kind of center the conversation.
Well, let's be honest too. Our boards in some cases aren't that sophisticated. We're all learning AI at the same pace. Nobody had a head start in regards to this. So when I think about agentic AI, I think about AI that makes decisions on its own. So this isn't just simply you type in a prompt and get a response. This is an agent of AI taking an additional step. That could be finding more information. That could be taking a particular action in an organization. That could be bridging a gap between departments. It's an exciting topic for us HR professionals because it's designing work in a different way. It's designing synthetic work, not human-centered work, which has by its own extension, its own kind of unique nuances. So I think when we have the discussion with the board, step one is education. We have to level set around our understanding around what is agentic AI, what is the art of the possible. To Garrison's point, like what are the other examples that we're using in the organization that we can lean on as we attempt to roll this out with greater enthusiasm. Next question for the group, though. Let's bring things down to kind of like the micro. So we looked to talk about the board piece, but a lot of organizations are run by policy. They're run by guideline. They're run by regulation. So when we think about policies, I often look at transformation as an extension of many different things. Yes, it's people. Yes, it's technology. Also process. Do we have the policies in place that complement the changes that we're trying to see in the organization? So I would love to hear your thoughts on what particular policy change do you think is necessary to accelerate agentic adoption or just AI adoption more generally?
I can take this one. I think it's important to create we have something called like a safety sandbox, right? Where we actually play with the policy that really allows teams to pilot different agentic tools. Some are further ahead, some are still very basic. And we really have clear kind of rollback guidelines as well, a very limited scope for some, more wider scope for others, and lots of review checkpoints. So it's really around kind of the requirement of transparent use, but allowing the teams to actually test various things.
Yeah, I think it's about companies having AI principles, right? Like not just policy, right? Because I think policy and principles are two different things. Principles are how do we operate, right? Like how do we think about this? What do we point back to? So I think it's first understanding like what are we using AI for? How do we use it? And then getting into the policy piece, right? So everything in your principle should point back to something. And a big piece of that, because AI is new, it is innovative, it is always changing, is really allowing experimentation, but within guardrails, right? Like how can we move quickly? What is it that we need to know from a company level to ensure that we are doing this in a safe way, that we are not exposing PII, that we're not exposing, customer information or things that we shouldn't. And then ensuring like, okay, if it doesn't do this, let's move it through quickly. You can do what you want. Here's the tools that you can use here. Here's how you need to think about it. And if it is, okay, yeah, we're going to have these other checkpoints. And then a big part of it is education, right? Why are we doing these things? Why does all this experimentation need to point back to this, some sort of value? Why do we have these guardrails in place? Educate people on the why. Otherwise, they're going to feel restricted. And then it doesn't matter how good your policy is or what it is. If people aren't enabled and they don't understand and they're not communicated with, sorry, I have my dog wants me to pet him, and my daughter is homesick from school. So there's a lot going on around me right now as I'm trying to speak. This is work from home life. I think enablement is a big part of it. Just because even if you have policies in place, if you don't have that education and people feel constrained by not being able to innovate in this new technology, then they're going to go around it, right? They're going to go buy something for themselves and they're going to integrate it with a company API, or we've seen this already, right? So again, I think having those principles and then educating on them and then allowing people to, play in the sandbox in a way that they feel motivated, they feel energized, but they understand, why you can't jump out of the sandbox.
Yeah, I think what's funny to me is that there's a lot of nervousness that I sense internally, and I think a lot of people have similar kind of probably takeaways around like using things and taking risk and or potentially causing damage with client data, with sensitive data, et cetera, by using AI. But externally, companies have been using AI for chatbots and other things with client data for years with no fear and no hesitation. And so I think one of the things that I would encourage would be to kind of try our best to eliminate that fear and allow people the opportunity through sandboxing, et cetera, to kind of play and understand that, this is where we want to get to in 12 months and in 6 months. But for today, like, why not do the safest, simplest kind of playing with data that may not be as sensitive. So for example, every team has some workflow that is strictly internal, that its impact would not be as massive or dire. Invoicing, right? And finance missing to pay a bill is not the end of the world in the scheme of things. If you want to test automation through invoicing or project management, right? Maybe a deadline gets missed or something like that, but you're able to test automation with something that only impacts an internal team or an internal deliverable. So I think a lot of it has to do with, and I think Nicole said this great in terms of principle versus policy, is like the fear to jump in and create a policy is that it actually deters innovation because people are so terrified to actually use the systems in place. And we've seen that in my own organization when we tested giving people Claude access and saying, please use it as much as possible. And people actually were scared to use it in part because they didn't know how and in which ways they could use it. And so I think eliminating that fear by kind of saying, this is something we want to do, this is something we believe in, and ultimately these are the areas in which you can start playing today, and this is how we would think about doing it, I think will help drive more adoption and ultimately lead to faster outcomes. Because I think that fear of risk, while real, is something that we never actually prioritize externally, but somehow always over prioritize internally. And that's just, I think, a deterrent to actually causing people to actually develop and work in a more agile way.
I think building on that, creating some within the policy, some structure. So you have your pillars, your philosophy, right? Then you have your policy. But I think within there, like, what are we using? What tools do we have to help them ensure that they stay in line with the policy? So, for example, we've talked about, we want them to be innovative. We want them to test. So making sure that we're really clear about what feedback loops look like, the timing of it, and then how to do that. And maybe that creates, a lot of times if we create boundaries, that creates more safety. So people know, like, oh, I can go test this, and here's what I do with the data, even if it is a mistake or it didn't work out. This is what I do with the data, so it kind of normalizes it versus just put in a lot of things that we should avoid. Really just start including that in our policies and maybe some of our pillars.
Yeah, I'm hearing examples of policy, principle. I'm also hearing values in this conversation, which I think are critically important. It's really hard for you to say innovate and, you know, experiment, and then the moment someone tries something and you slap them on the hand for doing something you didn't like, I mean, that just, it runs countercultural, runs counter message. And we're seeing that. We've heard examples, we've seen examples of organizations opening up Pandora's box, as it were, without very much in the way of guidelines or guardrails, and some challenges with that. We've also seen organizations over-govern this and over-legislate AI and kind of stamp out innovation and stamp out things. And it has its own set of consequences. So I think it's really critical that we understand the intricate link between policy, procedure, values, principles, all those things come together. I think Nicole's point's well taken. We have to be careful that we're not putting in place policy for the sake of policy and walling off value in the organization inadvertently. So when we think about agents, we think about, again, synthetic work. So this is different. We're essentially assigning digital resources tasks. Do we have a responsibility as HR professionals to think through the cultural implications of those tasks? Do we have to think through the intersection between an agent and the employee base? So I'm curious if anyone in this group has done any thinking or any kind of ideating or work with your leadership teams around the intersection between your synthetic resources and your human resources.
I think actually this links into the previous session actually on psychological safety as well, right? So I think there's a huge part to play where people must feel safe to test, right, with agents, find a new way of working, but also kind of report mistakes and don't await punishment. And that's at the moment one of the kind of the challenges, and where we feel kind of the change resistance a little bit is okay, how far in terms of the guardrails. It's wonderful to have guardrails, but culturally we're over 50 countries. What one guardrail may mean in one region of the world may mean very different, right? So if I think of how in Europe we might see something, in the US it might be seen a little bit different, with a bit more relaxation and flexibility around it. So I think that's at the moment where we're really talking to our senior management team, is how far can we go, not only with automation or kind of the agent side, but actually with the learning of, you know, the agentic enterprise. And it's quite exciting actually, but it's a little bit daunting for many as well. We're all learning here.
Yeah, so I think this question kind of hits on something that everyone's been asking, and kind of a big fear of a lot of people that I've been hearing is AI coming for our jobs, right? Synthetic work, agentic work, because it does perform workflows, it performs administrative tasks, it makes decisions. Even with a human in the loop, it can still take on a lot of that work. I don't think that AI is coming for people's jobs, right? What I think it's going to do is it's going to shift the responsibilities of the existing jobs. Less administration, as in like pressing the buttons and doing that sort of thing. Agentic AI can handle that, but I think that moves people's jobs into being more of a decision maker, and then leaning in onto the more, I would say, programmatic and strategic parts of work. And this is even for entry-level people, right? Not every single bit of their job is fully administrative, right? So I think then that automatically makes the workforce more programmatic and senior and less administrative. So your resources are focused on things that are really driving value and growth in your organization. And AI can really be a big part of that. And I think that how I'm seeing it is AI is not coming for your job, but if you don't get on the AI train and don't start figuring out how to use it, then that is going to be a part of your performance, right? Like this is going to be as, if you weren't able to move from, paper files to computer or something like that, right? I see it's kind of the same shift. Like if you didn't know how to use a computer in the 90s and you were used to working off of paper, then hey, like you couldn't do these jobs. They were all transforming. I think this is it's that same behavioral change. But I do think there are a lot of great people who may not be able to make the shift as quickly as possible. And I think it's on us, especially in the people world, to enable those people, to give them the tools to be successful, not just for people who are already in the organization, but if we're saying, hey, we are going to be an AI-heavy agentic organization, we're going to use it to make decisions, we're going to use it to optimize workflows, then you need to have new hires also go through some sort of enablement program. You need to be testing it in your interview process. Are they curious? Are they moving in that direction? Give them the tools to be successful. So that's really where I think this is going. It's not, AI is coming for your jobs, which I know I've heard it said several times by the head of Anthropic, who I share a last name with, no relation, in case anyone was wondering. That's come up several times, but I don't think that's true. I think it's more about shifting the day-to-day roles of the job, and I think it's really on us in the people world to really start to identify this now and start shifting that, if that makes sense.
I also think agents are going to have to be managed, right, in many ways. So I think one way that you could, kind of start thinking about your teams evolving and growing is that every individual who is going to be managing agents or utilizing AI in this kind of way is going to have to manage, provide oversight, kind of ensure that things are working correctly. And individual contributors who maybe have not had that experience before, I think it is going to be much like stepping up into a managerial role where you are providing a different level of service to the organization than you may have done previously, right? So to Nicole's point, a lot of your administrative day-to-day work may go away. And it in many ways is a step up to then, okay, what does oversight look like? When do I step in? When do I, kind of raise a concern that the, agents are making a mistake or whatever that may be? So it is a change in skill set. And I think culture can really be the bedrock of also the ethical conversations we're kind of having around data, around security, around whether or not we should be using AI in this way, or should agents be provided this level of work. Like culture and people are going to be the driving factor of that conversation, right? And so I think if you can create a culture where every person is a compliance officer, right? And every person is thinking around impact and everyone's driving the same kind of mentality, then culture can really shift to be much more a driver of that versus say, I think just raising concerns and being like, well, what are the ethical impacts of AI? It's like, you are now a leader in the organization. You are now driving that through your agents. You be a part of that conversation. And I think culture and human connection is going to be the only way that AI is managed right in the future. So that's some ways that I think about it as well.
I think agentic AI basically is enhancing the human decision making by automating some of the repetitive manual.
That's a great point, Garrison. I think when you talk about the blend between agentic responsibilities and traditional responsibilities, I think it's important to point out a few things. First, I love the analogy of each of us having kind of our own direct reports, our own kind of panel of experts. I think about a typical HR manager's job, how you're constantly context switching between employee relations, learning and development, coaching and DEI, compensation. You're moving between different functions in the organization pretty seamlessly. And oftentimes you're relying upon subject matter experts in each of those functions to help supplement your knowledge. Or if you're in a smaller department, you're doing a lot of that research on your own. This is going to allow you to have that panel of experts. But to Nicole's point, it requires you to look at the quality of that contribution. So what's the quality of that agent? What sources of information are they pulling from? What tasks do you need them to perform? What information do you need them to provide? And being thoughtful about the architecture and the design in a way that for us today is quite foreign. But 5 years from now, we're going to have agents to do our banking and our travel booking and our, booking school appointments and all sorts of fun things. But today, we're still living in this world of point-to-point solutions. And I think that's the key piece, is the synthetic layer in between. Yesterday was a great conversation around AI managers, which is the other layer of this conversation. So we're talking about giving work to an AI resource and supervising that work and overseeing that work. But there will be a future in the not too distant future as well, where they're going to have to be reporting into an AI manager. And we're already starting to see the sentiment around that shift. The first reaction is, ooh, I don't want to report to an AI manager. But when you tell an employee the manager's always available, always consistent with their feedback, always respectful with their feedback, knows the answers to your questions more often than not, people start to say, that might be an improvement over the one that I currently have right now. So there's an interesting conversation around this idea of how do we blend AI with humans. And I think it's incumbent upon this group and the people watching this conference to understand that's the kind of conversation we need to be having and thinking through how we want that to play out. Because we can architect that. We can set it up so that we have that symbiosis, or we can have it be very top down and very much driven in a more traditional way. We have the power to make that shift. And I love Nicole's comment around decision making, and it's something I've been thinking about a lot lately. Is how do we use artificial intelligence to supplement, to augment, to complement decision making? And I'm curious how this group thinks about AI decision making. How are you thinking about it as a complementary tool, as a replacement tool in some cases for decisions?
So I feel agentic AI can actually enhance the decision making rather than by automating some of the repetitive manual task that we are doing on day-to-day basis, so that we have more freedom to kind of focus on more high-value tasks. And agents, for example, can sift through a lot of information. They can surface insights, run different scenarios, present you different options, right? And we can think of them as like super fast analysts, which are able to boost your productivity, give you options, reduce some of the blind spots that you as a human are not able to see. But at the same time, we also want to make sure that we should know what agents can do, what they're allowed to do, what they are not allowed to do based on the company policies, and just have appropriate guardrails in place, make sure we are monitoring their decision making, right, based on different and also we are involving human in loop for some high stake task, so that we are ensuring that we are not leaving everything with agents. There is some sort of human in loop involved to monitor those decisions, to be able to say that, okay, this is what my agent was supposed to do and it did that, but it wasn't supposed to do that, so but it's still doing that, so I need to somehow fix it. So I think it just a friend by your side who is helping you make smarter decisions and faster decisions, for sure. Yeah, thank you.
I think there is an interesting place with decision making, and I know some organizations are using digital twins now and testing maybe them going to the meetings in their place. I think I wish I had been building a profile in the background of myself and how I make decisions, and when I think through, like record even my thoughts as I'm making decisions. But I think the more that we do that going forward and put that knowledge somewhere and share, like, how do we think about this? How do we make decisions? We can replicate in many ways how we think. And so as we're starting to at least put our foot out there and test these things, it's going to be close to how we think, but then it can evolve and be better even and give us more information and share blind spots and different things. But I think to start somewhere, just get comfortable and maybe educating it to how you think, and so you feel comfortable with it, do the fast feedback loops, and then let go of some of the ego and really increase your agency to co-collaborate and have a partner in that decision making. And in many cases, like was just mentioned, the lower level decisions should be made quickly, fast, without you. That should be the goal.
Yeah, I mean, I think AI is getting smarter every single day, right? And we're part of that, right? We're educating it as we use it. Already in the last 12 to 24 months, AI has grown significantly in that area. Obviously, there are biases and there are incorrect maybe decisions. AI has been known to also make up information when it doesn't know the answer, but humans do the same thing, right? So I think one of the things is AI is not right now the solve to every possible thing. It cannot perfectly make decisions in the same way that humans cannot perfectly make decisions. And so I think so often what in order to get to better decision making is also like checking yourself, and I speak for myself, like checking my ego at the door when it comes to AI, which is exactly what Candy's saying, of like, you know, ultimately this is a little scary. It is new. There are terrifying components to it, and there is fear operated as to my job will change and I have to be mentally prepared. I've already gone through so much change as a millennial in my life, and now here's one more thing I have to learn and do and evolve, and you know, it all of that is true. And so I think allowing AI to be a partner to you and kind of that idea of that, I think will create a safer dynamic where you are still in the driver's seat, you still are providing input, you still are managing the agents. You know, there's still so much control and ownership in this, even when AI might have the answers faster, better, or more efficiently than you do, and or have different inputs than you do. So I think so much of it is also a self-driven kind of mentality that I think as HR people culturally, we can also have really frank and honest conversations about internally with our teams as we go along this journey of, you know, embedding more agents and becoming an organization that adapts faster and quicker.
Well, I love the comment that Candy made regarding decision making, because I think if I talk to HR leaders, there's this belief that we're all behind. And if you spend too much time on LinkedIn and on social media, you're going to feel like you're 10 years behind everybody else. I promise you that you're not. We're all kind of in the same place. And yes, there are some companies that have been working ahead because they've been digital natives, but they're not that much further ahead when it comes to how they do the work. So they may have been using this in a consumer-facing fashion or a back-office-facing fashion, but in terms of redesigning the work in the organization, we're all kind of beginning this journey together. And there's this temptation to go, well, we missed an opportunity. I would encourage folks to think about the opportunity that lies ahead of you and being intentional about your thoughtful planning. So this could be as simple as transcribing every meeting that you have going forward. It doesn't need to be complicated, but now you have the transcripts of those notes. They can go into an AI model. They can be summarized. They can be put into action items. They can be created to turn into social media content. Just being thoughtful about the application and the collection of information is a skill set we're going to have to get better at. And in a world where we spend too much time looking through shared file folders for documents, we're going to be able to find search much more easily by using AI in one of its more basic applications. So I really like the idea of decision-making and information. I think we have to become curators of information, curators of insights. Too often we would be looking for insights in HR and running up against the wall around bad data or incomplete data. We can now start to close those gaps, and we have the incredible power of generative AI to help support some of that additional decision-making, trending analysis that previously would take teams of dozens of data scientists, for example. So I think that's a really key step for us going forward. It's something we should be looking at to embrace. Candy, you introduced this question in our group chat that I really, really loved, and I want to make sure we include it for group discussion. So the question was, if we imagine the first truly agentic enterprise emerging in the next few years, what is the single leadership mindset shift required to make that future possible? Big question for your Thursday.
Good question. I can kick us off. I think it really is going to be going from the mindset of, I have all the answers, I need to command this, I need to control this, I need to oversee. I think it needs to be more of a coach and collaborate. Think about a leader being a conductor of the orchestra. And we talked about that for a while. But when I was thinking about how we're bringing AI in, and I think about even an orchestra, you think about, you have the human. The human does work with a tool. The human works with an instrument, right? The human does train, the human does rehearse and make sure that the sound is right, that the notes are right. You have your governance, you have your sheet music and kind of like boundaries. And I think if you think about the leader in that situation, what do? Right? They do conduct, they oversee everything, but they coach, they work on how the human and the instrument are working together. They do provide like coaching on how you could play better, what you could do. They do allow, really good musical groups do allow for riffing, right? They get innovative. They start trusting each other. They know like this person's got it, and they allow for that too. So if you think about that analogy, I think leaders need to think about what would their mindset be to be on that stage or on that box conducting that, and that's kind of what the mindset they need to bring to the future as they are leading and working and actually co-collaborating with the agents and the humans.
Yeah, I would say like true distributed decision making. And Matt, going back to your point, not even necessarily just the AI agents themselves making decisions, but also every individual having more input, more say, more ideas. And so really like leadership at the top is probably making a lot less decisions on a regular basis than they're currently making. And finally, all this thing we've been talking about, if we want our employees to be more like have more ownership and take more responsibility, and any idea can come from the bottom all the way to the top, will actually, I think, finally happen in real time by also AI making decisions. Why does a manager need to make the decision of whether or not your PTO is approved, right? Or very simple things like that, right? We'll just start chipping away at that as you kind of become a more, agentic organization. And that will be kind of, I think, very terrifying for a lot of leadership who have been in the driver's seat and owning a lot of decision making for some time. And I think having conversations as people leaders with your organization about this fact and this reality, and that this is actually a good thing, I think is going to be imperative in order to actually drive change and innovation. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of pushback, I think, as this actually starts becoming real and decision-making is no longer being held by top people in very small rooms and very small groups. So that would be something that I would think you kind of have to start understanding now in order to actually get there.
I kind of compare it to where we are currently having a little bit of a hero culture where there's a lot of certainty in the last couple of years to a certain extent to kind of build a culture where we actually experiment a lot, right? And what's going to ultimately happen is that we're going to actually reward those who kind of create those kind of reusable capabilities and that really share the successes across the team. So you're going to have a lot more cross-functional teams and people working together. And I think that's the ultimate, I think, experiment actually, because not many teams have done that correctly, right? We've always been very siloed, and I think that's the awesome thing about the positive stuff. That's what's going to come out of all of this.
I think it starts for me, like how I think about a truly agentic organization, right? Agents obviously can do the work, they can make decisions, but they can also pull in vast amounts of data and centralize them for those decisions. So what can we use that for, right? People work at an organization to drive some sort of impact, to drive the organization forward. So is there a way for us to measure that, right? Is there a way to pull all that data in to actually measure that? So for me, it starts with using that information and our day-to-day work to think about performance, right? Like baseball does this with sabermetrics. It's kind of the same thing for performance. You pull all that data in, performance, engagement, network analyses. Then you can actually do a couple of things. One, you can understand where impact is being driven in the organization. You can understand where you need to have better training, better policy, really understanding all those gaps. And I forgot what I was going to say. And you can give information back to people, but you then create this larger network of this understanding of your organization, understanding of what's happening. And the thing is, like, you can surface the people that might not be as loud as some others, but are doing a lot of really important work for your organization. So for me, it's also about rewards as well. So it creates this, it uses all of this information and agents to drive impact across the organization, equity and recognition across the organization, and uncover things that might be a blocker to organizational advancement in the future before it happens, because it does have this predictive quality in it. So I'm thinking of it more of a, like, from a holistic place of, how does AI adapt to the way we work instead of having us adapt to, these frameworks that the organization might have? So allowing everyone, again, to play in that sandbox, but using all of the data that we have of what we're doing to do that. And like, obviously there's a fine line between surveillance and something that is truly always on. And I think you have to approach that in a way that is very deliberate to ensure that it doesn't cross the line over into surveillance, but I think that's more of a cultural issue within the company if you do cross that line, right? So.
I look back at my first few managers that I worked with, and I remember the first one I had was really big on me bringing assignments for them to review. I remember that being a big part of my job. I was writing documents, writing policies, writing memos, writing whatever, and they would review this word by word, line by line. And that was part of their job. I remember I had the same manager that would spend hours just like talking through career planning and career mapping and like succession planning. And I think like all those things that person would do are now can be replaced by AI. And at the same time, I think about how much I valued those interactions, not because I liked someone redlining my documents, because it was an opportunity to learn, to have a conversation, to have two-way dialogue. And I think about the evolving role of the manager in a world where proofreading, in a world where you can send a PTO request to Garrison's comment, with the transactional parts of leadership that we don't really enjoy kind of come off the plate. It creates space for leaders to show up differently. And I hope that leaders take that opportunity and take that space to focus more on growing their teams and growing the organization and working more cross-functionally. I think that's part of this group's responsibility, is to kind of point the finger to some of those things. And as we create space in bandwidth, that we point to the activities we want people to undertake. But I think it's also incumbent upon the leaders to think about how they want to show up differently. Because if you're really attached to approving those documents, if you're really attached to spending an hour with someone talking succession planning, you may have to evolve your approach. You may have to augment your approach in some cases. And I think that's the work that we're all kind of confronting, both individually and collectively, is how is it going to affect us, but also the people who work around us. And I think it's a question that I'm consistently asking when it comes to this moment in time. And I think about the skills needed. And I'm curious, as we move to a world where our roles are changing, what does this group think about the skills that individuals and teams will need as we shift to more of an autonomous AI culture?
I know we said earlier that AI is not coming for your jobs, but I do think micromanagement and micromanagers, you may be struggling to keep your job long term. I think in the new normal, I think ultimately people who are adaptable, who operate outside of like a very clear box of roles and responsibilities, and who are willing to be nebulous, I think are going to be the superstars of the new kind of era of work. And so I think ultimately leaning into, the unknown and leaning into how can I make myself more valuable to the organization and how can I make myself more valuable to my team is going to be something that's imperative for people to be successful in this new normal, as micromanagement and or kind of administrative work, I really do think is going to look very different in the near future. And so it'll be imperative for people to make themselves valuable in different ways. I think that's actually very freeing. I think it's what a lot of people want. I think it's what a lot of people strive to have, is more control and more of their role and the way they show up to work and the way they show up for their teams. And they haven't been able to do that, primarily because of maybe leadership culture, expectations, or the way in which they worked and came into the workforce. And so I think that will be kind of the future. And I know we've been talking about agility for almost a decade now plus, but I think it looks very different in this world where your day-to-day job may not be the same as it used to be. And your every day may not be the same in terms of schedule, in terms of work, in terms of output. And so I think that is going to be really imperative in order to, especially for leaders, to make themselves valuable, to probably keep a job, right? And be seen as valuable to an organization, as doing work that someone else can do or an agent can do is going to be probably one of the biggest red flags, I think, when it comes to performance.
I think teams will need a mix of AI literacy and critical thinking skills to be able to work with agents. They don't necessarily know how the agents work, but they at least should know the breakpoints where the agents can fail and how to kind of find workaround to work with these agents, so they can have proper guardrails in place, so that then we are making sure that we are probably having guardrails in place. And I think they will also need skills in prompting, validating agents' outputs, monitoring decisions at every steps of the workflow, and also giving proper feedback so that we are able to improve those agents over time is what I feel will be the key skills that will be needed to kind of work with these agents.
I think that's true. I agree with both of you, and I think building on that, Also problem solving, because I think we're going to have new challenges, new problems that we're solving. So really understanding how to solve that problem, get to the root, and understand and keep us focused on what problem are we trying to solve. Like once we get that definition, we're really seeing that through with our experiments or the process improvements that we do. So I think that's critical. I think also communication. So as we're educating the agents, we need to communicate well. If we're prompting, we need to communicate well. When we're co-collaborating with each other, we need to communicate well. And I think that it's going to be really important that we're able to co-collaborate as well with both agents and employees in different ways. So I love our queen.
I think there's a lot of focus on particular skill sets at the moment, but remember those skill sets are going to change the longer and the more we go into this topic, right? So you might now have kind of the data literacy, right, and the critical thinking and judgment. Of course, we'll need to have certain parts of that, but with all the new roles coming in, all those awesome things that are being developed, we're actually going to have a very different skill set requirement in the next 2 to 4 years than actually what we're seeing now. So it's awesome to think about, okay, what do we do right now? What do we actually need long term? And I think that's where a lot of us actually are kind of struggling a little bit, is actually how is this wonderful agentic enterprise going to look like, and what roles are going to be involved in that, and what competencies do we all require, right? So I think it's, don't be too focused on, oh, am I data literate now or not? Things are going to change as well. So use skills that are most close to your heart and that you can work with. Pick a few and then kind of build upon those, because things are going to change very quickly again.
Great comments. And what a great way to end a great conversation over the course of the last 40 or so minutes. I think you're spot on, Nicole. This is not a matter of a finite goal. We're not going to a destination. This is now a new approach to organizations, to thinking, to culture, to decisions, to work in a lot of cases. Danielle, great time for you to join us back as we kind of wrap up today's session. But again, I want to thank my panelists here for joining me today for a great discussion. I thought we covered a lot in a very short period of time. And, as a group, it's, I think, incumbent upon us to share knowledge, to pass information around the group, and really to support each other as we go through our own individual learning journeys.
Absolutely. Thank you to Matt, and thank you to our panelists, and thank you to our community that keep bringing on some great comments, questions, thoughts, suggestions, advice. So keep them coming. This last conversation showed us how organizations evolve when people have clarity, access, and really the room to try new approaches. Now we shift into a session that taps directly into that creative energy. The innovation flywheel, using generative AI to redefine products, services, and experiences. This is where imagination meets practical application, how teams bring in new ideas to life and use AI to reimagine what is possible. Please welcome our moderator, Tracina. Welcome to the stage. Hello,
Hi,
hello.
Danielle.
How are
Hello,
you?
hey, Danielle, how are you?
I'm great now. I can see your smiling face. Nice to have you here, Tracina.
Thank you.
And
Looking
I will
forward
leave
to the panel.
Wonderful. I will leave you to it. We'll see you after.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the AI Experience Summit. I'm excited to guide our conversation today as we explore how generative AI is reshaping the way organizations deliver and continually improve products, services, and experiences. So let's talk a little bit about what this conversation is going to be. Conversations like this often remind us of how innovation isn't just a momentary thing, but it's actually a rhythm. Each of these panelists is a different instrument in that rhythm. And so we're going to learn who's in the room today and get to know them a little bit. So if you guys don't mind, I'm going to start with the names that I see, and I'll call you out, and we'll do a really quick, brief 30 to 45-second intro. Hi, welcome, Kim. We're just getting started. Of who you are, what you lead, and then what you think is on the cutting edge of innovation right now. So Francisco, if you caught everything I said, do you mind us kicking us off?
Sure. Thanks, Tristina, for the introduction. I'm Francisco Kemeny. I'm the founder and chief AI builder at Kemeny Studio. We work with companies in Latin America building internal tools to automate their processes using AI as the core innovation vehicle.
All right. Thank you, Francisco. Nishant, do you mind giving us your introduction?
Yeah, hi everyone. Hope everyone can hear me. So this is Nishant Pradhan. I lead AI for Mirai Asset Investment Manager. So it's an asset management firm, and I firmly believe that AI is all about innovation. So I think we are talking the right topic for today.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Nishant. Kim, I saw you pop in, and your name's up next.
Hi, I'm Kim Lee, and I am an author, which my book comes out in a little bit, but it's talking about AI and leadership. I also have a CEO of my organization where I've developed an AI leadership coach. So I'm definitely involved in that. My background actually is in HR, so kind of a stretch between HR and tech. I'm fired up about all of this because it captures how generative AI is moving us forward.
Great. Thank you so much. Ari?
Yes. Hello. Good morning or good whatever time it is people are listening. So I run Applied AI at Moody's, which is a team that's focused on reimagining high stakes workflows, how we operate as an organization, and then a lot of the capabilities that we build, then we package and offer to our clients as solutions as well. But from the capacity of looking at how AI impacts an organization and reimagining it, to me, that's the innovative part, is having this new paradigm of rethinking a lot of what we do through a new lens. I ran a business at Moody's around learning solutions, so there's a lot of overlap in how I think about AI as also a form of enabling people to augmenting people, amplifying their capabilities and skills. And I should also note Moody's as an organization has both a rating agency and a solutions business, data-driven analytical kind of solutions, mainly risk-oriented, but not exclusively. And so I represent the other half of Moody's, not the rating agency side.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ari. And last but not least, Natasha.
Thank you. So I'm a product and tech coach with a global fitness technology company in Germany, which is called eGym. I help the product and tech leaders in turning their vision into value-driven outcomes, especially with applied AI. And for me, this is a very, very interesting phase for the businesses, because what I'm learning right now from the leadership and businesses is that how AI is changing the innovation from being a one-off discovery phase to becoming a consistent, sustainable way for businesses to operate. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Natasha. So you guys may see me leaning in a little bit. If you could speak up, it would be awesome. I have vertigo right now, and so one of these ears is just not happening for me. So now that we've grounded your perspective, let's move into personalized questions to set the foundation. So we're going to start with you, Francisco, from Kemeny. Where do most companies get stuck when they try to use AI, and how do you get them past that point quickly?
Well, I believe, and from our experiences, we've seen that there's two types of companies in this absorbing AI capabilities: the ones that have a defined use case and the ones that are exploring. When you have a use case, it's very easy to understand where the value will come. But the main issue is that the lack of quality control over data processes makes everything slower than it should, right? So you understand where you're going, but getting there is complicated. And on the other hand, you have companies that don't really have an understanding of how AI will help them, and discovering those value added that you will gain from or unblock from using AI is harder than it seems. And the mandate that usually comes top down and does not understand, again, how data is going to be used, how processes are going to be changed, and how people are going to be affected. So we're seeing a lot of companies very eager to use AI as a core enabler, but the foundations aren't there. When you have companies that are digitally native or have gone through some sort of digital transformation, everything seems to be faster and easier. But then again, you have the same issues. People aren't ready to change how they work, and the data isn't always there. And I see a lot of opportunity, and I think this is I think where we have to start looking and pushing companies towards is leapfrogging traditional process to apply AI to make all the efficiencies, like more tangible and real.
Listening to that, yeah, that's a very informed answer. Listening to that, I just was thinking also just about compliance and just the difficulty with making sure that in our efforts to be quick, that we're also staying in a compliant state. Great answer.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm going to move on to Kim Lee. I just want to keep us on track. We've got a lot of questions, guys. But does anybody else have a comment about what Francisco just said? No. Okay. I'm going to move on to Kim Lee. Kim, if you had to pick one area where AI will create the most value in the next 2 years, what would it be and why?
Oh gosh. There's what I think that there's just so many things. I feel like it's efficiency, but I think that if we are using it correctly, it brings a lot of resources ability, so we can become a more strategic environment and organization as opposed to administrative. As an example, just yesterday I was working with a member of my team. We needed to go through the handbook and pull a whole bunch of stuff out, and so running it through with a prompt, being able to quickly have AI pull that data out of the handbook that we needed so that we could actually move on to what we were trying to do with it. So taking some of those things. But again, you have to have those guardrails.
No, makes sense. So anybody else want to comment on follow up from Kim?
I just think that, efficiency is kind of the baseline, but a lot of what AI will do is enable people to get a lot more done, and things that enable us to do things that we weren't able to do before. And so, I think the real value will come from kind of amplifying the individual capability and allowing us to explore territories that just were not available before. And so, yeah, there's guardrails, there's compliances, there's kind of roadblocks. I think Francisco outlined a lot of challenges that resonated quite a bit. But at the end of the day, this is for us to, I don't know what X, 5X, ourselves. And I would just add one more comment to what Francisco was saying, which is related to this. And because I find the challenge is that AI is one of those things you have to really spend a lot of time with. It's like a unique, what did Carpathy call it? Spirit. And so you have to really invest a lot of time and effort to understand how it works and what's possible. There's a big gap in kind of the not enough people doing that, and then there's an equal gap in the challenge of organizations not enabling as much of all the innovative capabilities to be used by people for compliance and reasons. So there's kind of a delay between what's possible, what's available, and what companies are able to do with it, which, for people that are in the applied AI space can be, frustrating, but I think those are important guardrails and important compliance areas that we need to grapple with and get familiar with and comfortable with, and it takes time.
No, agreed, Ari. And just piggybacking off what Kim said, I just was thinking too about the fact that the level of administration that we're able to move forward quickly, like you're saying, Kim, in order to be more strategic, is probably the sweet spot right now that we have for AI. How it develops from there is going to be interesting. But what I'm seeing, for the most part, if you're not into machine learning or anything like that, and you're just an end user of AI every day, it definitely picks up administrative tasks that help you to have time to be more strategic. So greatly aligned there. All right, Natasha, we're over to you. What does an effective innovation flywheel look like, and where does Gen AI accelerate it most?
So the sweet spot that I have been seeing right now for organizations is the real innovation flywheel is more like a learning loop. We capture real signals from customers and operations. We turn that into insights. We also place a few focus bets to ship something, and then measure the impact and feed that back into the next cycle. Where I see Gen AI in all of this, Gen AI is currently helping to accelerate the slower parts of this learning loop, especially when it comes to synthesizing the messy feedback at scale, or generating and stress testing solution options quickly, and speeding up prototyping and iterating. This is also coming from the context that I work with a hardware company. And how I see flywheel compounding to it. Flywheel is not only compounding this entire loop, it's also compounding it if the organization is disciplined about metrics and feedback quality, because otherwise you just keep moving faster in the wrong direction. So it's very, very important in terms of how you bring the entire Gen AI to accelerate this whole learning loop and accelerate the slower parts.
No, I totally agreed there. What new competitive advantages emerge when organizations build a continuous AI-driven learning cycle?
So I would say the advantage is not about saying that we have AI. It's that the product and the organization learns faster than the competitors. So if every interaction improves the decisions for the leadership and the organization, for example, decisions about what we build, how we personalize it for the customers, how we support the customers, your compounding gains are a lot more. And there's faster time for learning for the teams and more relevant experiences at scale. And this, in return, only strengthens the trust because quality and safety improves over time. So what I see is that features can be copied, but a high-quality learning system, which is instrumented, measured, and continuously improving, is much harder for any of the organizations and companies.
Yes, I'm seeing some commentary from some of our listeners. One, Rita Fenari, thank you very much, Natasha. That was a great response. Rita Fenari said that values such as personalization, faster innovation, new revenue streams, better quality, and better decisions are capable through AI. And then AI will help organizations build the growing, this is from Jade Thrush, AI will help organizations bridge the growing emotional complexity of the workplace and give clearer insight into human dynamics that are now inseparable from how we work. And so it's almost like it's AI is an extension of us, is what I'm taking from that, right? And how we use it is reflective of our how we've established our learning patterns in our organizations. And as you were saying, Natasha, how we go to market, and that it is a key piece of how we strategize when we go to market. Nishant, any comments there before you I give you your question?
No, that's yeah. I think I agree with like all Natasha said, and I think the comments are good to see. So we have some real time feedback there.
Yeah, love that. Okay, Nishant, here's your question. How can Gen AI support both research and delivery of innovative products, services, and experiences?
Yeah, no, excellent question. So the beauty of like Gen AI is that it helps in both sides of the spectrum. So by both sides, so what I mean is, so if you look at any organization today, so one part of what the organization has to do is understand the needs of the market, their customers, and this part, where the organizations like they understand the need, where you do market research has always been vague. Marketing research has been vague. So there have been analysts, there have been MBA, school grads doing that for many decades. Now that's where AI makes an impact in terms of like understanding the need, because AI helps you find the needle in the haystack. So there's a lot of content out there on the web. There's a lot of noise out there. How do you find the needle in the haystack today? AI helps you there. So there it goes and hits the entire consulting market. The entire your B school market. Now on the other side, in terms of delivering the value, whether it's a product or a service or experiences, where like over the last many decades, like you had your tech and channels, which were used to deliver. Now AI goes and hits them as well, where so using Gen AI, you are able to interact like on real-time basis with your customer. You are able to personalize, you are able to collect feedback, which is where your entire your IT services and the channel are getting disrupted. So Gen AI, it impacts both sides, whether like you are an analyst from a B school or whether you are a developer working in an IT world, both are getting disrupted. And that's where every organization like has to look in how they can leverage Gen AI to understand the needs, like identify the right product, and then deliver them so that you are able to engage with your customer on a real-time basis.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, real time is going to be the key. There is that is it, and when you were talking about both ends of the spectrum, the developer as well as the end user, as well as the core operations team being able to all use AI and understand its engagement simultaneously is going to be the key to success. Thank you, Nishant. All right, guys, we're going to open up the panel discussion. That means that you guys will talk more dynamically. I may interject every now and then, but I'm really looking for you guys to speak to these questions as candidly as you'd like to. So the first question is, how do you balance the speed and safety when deploying AI? Who would like to take that question first?
I'll be happy to tackle that. Just and circling back to what we were speaking before on the points, and that I agree in all of them. I think that evaluations is key to the process, and this, if it's not to get into the technical aspects, but just in general terms, when you're monitoring what AI is doing, right, and you trying to open this black box that are the language models primarily, right? And you start understanding how decisions within the model are being taken. I think that's when you start realizing the risks between the unknowns and the unknown unknowns, right? And understanding how it really impacts on the workplace, the workforce, and the work being done, right? So I think the safety conversation that is related to compliance and data management and everything that has to do with what Nishant was mentioning, right? The developer side, who might understand what's happening under the hood, needs to be transmitted to the end user. And within the organizations, if you don't have clear and transparent evaluation data, metrics, and models, it makes it really complex to explain to how to collaborators how the AI is really helping them become stronger employees, generate more value, and use AI as I like to think of it as a co-worker and not just a tool.
Yeah, I just would
You
say that, and I agree completely. I find it a little challenging when we use the word safety as if this is dangerous. There's obviously, you have to guard against some hallucination, some inaccurate information. It could lead to trouble. It's not, it feels to me like there's almost, overemphasis on the concept of safety at the risk of not doing enough experimentation, and I find it, and maybe that's part of trust, I guess, and people have to get comfortable with it. But again, it's not, most applications that we use with AI don't introduce, the types of risks that we should be that worried about, unless you're talking about cyber risks or things like that. They're just important disciplines to maintain, to make sure that we're delivering good, useful content that's reliable and transparent. Yeah.
So Aria, I hear what you're saying. I wonder when you say that about safety, what about the loss of individuality of the different organizations that can be
Again,
problematic?
I don't know if that's safe or not, or just there are certain risks embedded in every decision, every product, and every solution we do. These are a bit new, so we have to get used to them. I don't know what loss of identity means in this case. I don't know what.
I think it means the convergence of information across various channels, where now information may be shared outside your organization that you did not intend to be. So there's always that risk. And then I also wonder sometimes a little bit about identity theft, having older parents. I see a lot of that. And I know you said cyber, but the more that we can, even clone an organization's information or their property, what they would consider their intellectual property. And maybe that's a better term for you to relate to what I'm saying. But when you're talking about intellectual property, if your employees are just going out to ChatGPT and asking them questions without guardrails to say, you can't use this technology unless it's already been vetted, that's where I'm asking the question of, is there risk there?
Yeah, there's a risk there. I mean, I think you have to just manage in the same way that we've always managed risks of leakage, and there's we didn't have there wasn't as much conversation about it when we moved, or maybe there was when we moved things to the cloud, and created private environments and protected, used firewalls and protected data from leaking, and created all sorts of policies around it. It doesn't change it that significant. It introduces new vectors of possibility here that we have to manage. Yeah. But I just worry a little bit about the balance in the conversation that seems to be so heavily skewed toward risks that it kind of curtails a bit of the experimentation. And I would just suggest doing more sandbox work and doing more communication and with those involved in evaluating risks and understanding, the mitigants and the where there are real kind of concerns on how you deal with them, versus this kind of fear that's gripping a lot of organizations and almost makes them not move forward at the speed that they ought to.
So that's a great perception there, Ari. I'm wondering though, based on what Dr. PE7B is saying in our comments for panelists, how do we incorporate guardrails around ethics, privacy, and bias while still moving quickly enough to innovate? Natasha, do you mind taking that question? It kind of looked like you wanted to say something when Ari was speaking, and maybe you can help us there.
I was just building on a very good point that was brought up in the conversation sometime back on sandboxes and guardrails. What I'm experiencing from the business perspective is that leaders are now strongly feeling the need to separate the learning speed. And as we move fast in the sandboxes, they're ensuring that teams have clear use cases, they have complete staged rollouts, they are complete tight permissions around it. And there's also a feedback loop, the human loop, centering all of this together where it matters. For them, safety isn't just a gate check at the end. For safety, what I'm seeing now, organizations building safety as is building it right into the workflow with evals and stop rules tied back into the real metrics. So it means there are a lot of policies, there's a lot of monitoring, and of course, an instant rollback wherever necessary for businesses to take real-time actions.
No, that's a great response. Kim, did you have something you wanted to add there?
Yeah, I think there's definitely importance around having the guardrails and certainly building efficiency. I think we're one of the challenges that organizations have is excuse me, creating that culture like an AI fluency and really developing employees, because similar to what Ari was talking about, once everything went into the cloud, there's always fear about that, and technology will get ahead of us, and we have to figure out where those where we need to build those and improve the security around it. But I think the more the organizations embrace and also develop and create AI fluency, the more people you have thinking about it. If you have a whole bunch of people throwing AI, social security numbers, and everything else into ChatGPT for some reason, they're gonna. The more you know about it, the more you're already thinking it through, and kind of everybody's trying to think in terms of what is appropriate. So that AI fluency and developing employees to think in those terms, I think, is really important in moving forward.
Yes,
that's really important. That is a kind of what I was alluding to around the fear of the unknown can cause you to not develop and allow the organization to progress, and so the more of that unknown gets dispelled, and you focus on the kinds of things that Natasha was talking about, which I think are incredibly important. Kind of building the right guardrail and into the actual process itself, and not as a final outcome at the end. I think that's exactly right. You just need to know what to be doing at those stages, and so that's a lot of that fluency comes in there.
I think we've got two comments that really wrap up what you guys have just said nicely, and puts a nice bow on it. Training is essential for reducing risk. Rita, thank you for that. Rita Fanari, when employees don't understand what AI can do, they can't fully understand the potential risk or how to manage them. So that's why training is important. And I think that lends back to what you're saying, Ari. And then the last comment that I saw that I'll speak to right now, is also important to understand how your system works on the back end so that you can make the guardrails appropriate. And I think that's the case for any organization driving towards AI change or transformation. And I see some other great comments, guys. I'm going to move on to a question that I think Ari's last comment helps to open up. What non-technical friction stops AI pilots from scaling, and what leadership behavior dissolves it?
Yeah, I mean, I can start.
Go ahead, Nishant.
Yeah. So from what I feel, for AI pilots to scale across the organization, see the biggest challenge, and it is not just with AI, but for any such transformational projects, is always the ownership and the credit sharing. So what happens is, say any business unit or the business head, they're always in a state of confusion in terms of who's going to get the credit out of the AI project. I mean, is it just the AI team which is going to snatch all the limelight, be say one project after another? Are they going to do everything across the organization and take the credit? So that if it is not addressed at the right time, so your intentions might be right, like your project is right, like everything you have, your use case, guardrail, but things will not move, if you have not solved the problem of, ownership of that project, and all these use cases across the organization. And like, how do you say share credit between the business team and the AI team and the other teams which come together? That I see is the friction. So your question around what is that friction which will restrict your pilots to scale across the organization, I feel this is the most important piece, where like who's accountable and who's going to benefit and who's going to get the credit.
No, oftentimes that's the problem. Kim, I was just thinking you might have a comment here about the human aspect that can interfere with a pilot being successful and scaling successfully.
Well, I think that there's a lot to it. So there's you have to make sure that when we're looking and that managers, leaders, organizations prioritize that connectivity and creating creativity, embracing that. This kind of going back to psychological safety. If there's a safe environment for people to use AI and also feel that they can credit, like I relied on AI to scan my handbook to come up with this list. It's okay for me to say that. And then you have, and from there, this is what I was able to do. And so I'm really embracing that. So going back to the AI fluency within the culture, and then you just have to have that cultural readiness. And I think leaders need to, on the executive level and everything else, they themselves need to understand the capabilities so that they too can embrace it and encourage their employees to be curious about it and talk through what are some things that we can be doing to be more efficient here so that we can be more strategic over here.
No, agreed. And it makes me think of the comment that Francisco made maybe 2 questions back when he talked about it being seen as a coworker and not as competition. And I think that that's one of the things that we struggle with, especially in the HR space, is making sure that people understand that this does not mean that everyone's job is going away, or if the jobs are going away, that there's plans for how we will retrain or upskill folks, what the plan is. Communication is probably key in these situations. I see a comment from Ishmael Akich. There's a need for organizations to appoint AI councils involving cross-functional teams to lead learning and cultural readiness. I think somebody touched on that just very lightly. Francisco, it looks like you have something you want to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that I did not see Nishat's response coming. I think he has a great point in sharing credit. That kind of just got me off guard. So thank you for that point. But I wanted to add that I think there's a business side to all this conversation, because if we're not showing results from optimizing process, liberating work, or actually generating more value, it's really hard for pilots to scale. And you might have seen that MIT report saying that 95% of the pilots failed, right? And if you go down the analysis they made, one of the key points was the lack of a clear KPI or objectives out of these pilots. So I'm going back to Nishat's point. People are key in the conversation, but we need to move the business forward, and it needs to be more than just shiny objects. And I think that a lot of companies are still seeing AI as something they must do without a clear objective behind it. And that makes it hard for projects and pilots to actually go to market. And I think that actually seeing some of the comments on the conversations online, I think that we're seeing the same problem with, as Ari mentioned, cloud adoption, right? A lot of fear with safety of information, of how it was going to be managed because we don't have the skills inside, and then training being core to how these projects and technology gets adopted within the organization. So if there's no clear business outcome to a pilot and there's no clear path to value, it's hard for them to actually permeate down the organization and get adopted correctly.
Can I just, I agree with you. Can I just like bring back to what Natasha was saying earlier in the conversation about these are learning systems and should be built as learning systems. And when you think about learning systems, they don't have a similar profile in terms of ROI and KPIs as traditional software. And I think a lot of people are still thinking through the lens of a traditional software, outcomes and KPIs. When you shift your lens to what Natasha was saying, which is exactly kind of the way we think about the world, you have a whole different set of ways of measuring. And I think that changes how you evaluate the progression and the success of a project. So
I think go ahead, Natasha, really quick. Go ahead.
60 seconds. I'll be very quick. There's some really good insights that came out from the panel, and I was able to correlate it back to how we transitioned or are still transitioning our journey into the AI space. One thing that the business leaders did in our case was they picked up a business owner. So they literally created a product out of it. They picked up a business owner for this AI implementation. They funded it like a product, and they defined the success metrics. Along with that, they did two things in addition. One is creating a cross-functional yes and part, and also ensuring that the risk and security gets embedded from day one, and it is not the final checkpoint. So this together has really helped us in our learning systems, both at the people level, customer level, and the business level. So I agree, ROI and all other business terminologies at this point is not really the part of the system at this early stage of the learning.
Totally agreed. Guys, we're about 5 minutes out, so I'm going to go ahead and shift us to the lightning round. Thanks, Natasha, for that comment, and thank you all for the comments that you've given so far. I'm sorry. We're each going to do 20 to 25 second insight from each panelist. I'll call your name, you give your insight. There's one question. Where will AI create the most value in the next 24 months? Let's start with Nishant.
Yeah, if you ask me, the biggest value would be in the area of research. So as I said in my first answer, the area of research had been untapped, globally, whether it's market research, academic research, product research. There was no defined process and guideline, and it was very difficult for a human analyst. I'll take one example of thematic research. Like in my industry, it was human, and it was impossible to identify right themes to launch an ETF or an index. But with Gen AI, we are able to find the needle in the haystack, and this line is true for across all sectors. So that is where there's going to be a maximum impact.
Awesome, thank you. Yes, research. Natasha, where will AI create the most value in the next 24 months?
I see AI playing a very dominant role in upgrading the existing business operations by reducing the cycle time and the cost at a faster pace, and also bringing in an easy and measurable ROI for the businesses and the people in the organization.
So increasing the ROI of the organization is the greatest value. Let's go to Kim. Thank you, Natasha.
Gosh, I think it's going to do so much, but so productivity augmentation, we've talked about that and how it can take some of those tasks. allowing us to be more strategic and be more effective and greater value proposition. So those certainly are areas that I think that would be, it's definitely going to impact, but I think also we are looking at it for like the customer and employee experience. So I think that being able to, work and provide more of a tailored customer experience is another huge impact.
A tailored customer experience. Love that. Let's go to Ari.
Yeah. So assuming we can properly balance the speed with risk and find that path, to deploy AI effectively, I would say that I would take what Kim was saying and apply it into the sales organization, where I see a lot of development, certainly a lot of where I'm focused on. And so the productivity, the amplification of the revenue side, the growth side, the opportunities that you could explore, and the speed with which you can actually navigate sales cycles will actually lead to probably also a growth path for a lot of organizations. It kind of ties in also with what Nishant was saying.
So the amplification of growth. Love that. Francisco, last but not least, you started us off. You can finish us today.
Thanks. Well, I see a specific area of opportunity, which is closing the gap between legacy systems and more modern software within the organization, connecting applications, connecting processes that are broken because there was no software for it. So I think AI will definitely accelerate how software is created and how that software is going to impact the organization. But where I'm most excited about is personal productivity. I think that's going to be the game changer.
Personal productivity and the enhancement of software. Love it. I would love to thank all of the panelists that joined us today for your clarity, candor, and the vision that you brought to our audience today. I saw lots of great questions and comments coming across from the commentary, and that means that you guys were provoking curiosity. Thanks so much for being a part of the call. Are there any last comments that you guys would like to make before we transition off? We've got 2 minutes.
Just wanted to thank everyone for the time and conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Francisco.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Those of you who want to continue with us today, after the Innovation Flywheel, there will be another panel coming up speaking in just a few minutes. Again, we want to thank each one of our guests today: Francisco Kemeny, Nishant Pradhan, Natasha Baswala, Ari Lahavi, and Kim Lee for joining us today. And I'm your moderator, Tristina Lockhart. We've got 2 minutes, guys, so they're expecting us to continue on for those 2 minutes. So can you guys share any thoughts that you might have on the Innovation Flywheel? Oh, Danielle has jumped in. Thank you. Hi, Danielle.
Thank you, Tristina. Thank you to all of our speakers today. We appreciate you. And thank you to everybody all over the world who's keeping the chat lively today. That session gave us a great look at how
Are you waiting for us to say something else? I'm trying to think.
Sorry, no, I think Danielle has taken over. Sorry, she's our facilitator. Thank you, Ari. Danielle?
Okay, great. So that session gave us a look at how experimentation and creativity spark new possibilities. Now we shift from innovation to endurance, how organizations stay steady even as everything around them evolves. Our next conversation is resilience, adoption, and the long view, building future-ready organizations in an AI-first world. This one explores strategy, durability, and how teams prepare for what's ahead. So let's welcome our moderator, Lauren, to the stage. We'll just give Lauren a moment to come to the stage. There she is. Hey, Lauren, how you doing
Hello. Hi,
today?
Danielle. How are you? Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Are you excited for your panel?
Always. Every
Awesome.
time.
Well,
Yes.
I will leave you to it. So we'll see you a little later.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Welcome in, everyone. If you've been here for a while, welcome back. Hopefully you took a little break to get some hydration. I am your host and moderator for this next session, Resilience, Adaptation, and the Long View, Building Future-Ready Organizations in an AI-First World. I am an executive coach and a fractional chief HR officer. I've got 25 years of HR experience in a variety of industries. And AI is coming into all of them. So let's welcome our panelists to the stage and get started in the conversation. Welcome in, panelists. So glad to have you here. We're going to just walk around the room. We'll start with Summer, and then Nicole, Chris, and then Imelda, and then Aaron. If you can just introduce yourselves, tell us who you are, where you work, and why this topic is interesting to you. Go ahead, Summer.
Sure. So Summer Cox, I have I don't want to age myself, but it's multiple double-digit years of experience in this space. I currently kind of own my own consulting firm, and I have some strategic partnerships, Global Aptitude Advisory, and we're really focused on organizational transformation, right? And this AI topic has been all a buzz, for the past year or so, with companies feeling a lot of pressure, right, to lean into this space with the expectations that it's going to really radicalize their business. So. Oh, we can't hear you, Nicole.
We can't hear you, Nicole. Let's have Chris introduce himself, and Nicole, hopefully you can figure out what's happening.
Sure. So Chris Lundy, I am the CEO of Find Infinite Labs.
Okay.
I am currently working on several advanced things, built an AI specifically for quantum computing. I'm helping companies to implement AI strategies at scale for very large organizations like Pfizer and Seagen. I'm currently working with Aura Ring and also University of Oregon and MIT to help them with different aspects of AI and implementing AI in the organization. But my company has been in place since 2019 and have been really focused on helping people to make the shift into AI and adapt to changing landscapes.
Great. Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon or good morning, depending on where you are. Such a pleasure to be here. My name is Nicole Dubois. I am the Chief Human Resources Officer for Graham, and we are a child, family, and community serving organization in New York City. We have lots of history in this country. We are approaching our 220th year. And why that's important is that there is so much incredible work that our staff is engaged with that calls upon them to draw on their hearts and their heads. And I believe that there's tremendous opportunity to leverage tools like, AI tools to make the work easier, to complement the work and to augment the work without, sort of losing the humanity and the compassion that's critical in our industry. So, really happy to be here and to be a part of this panel.
Imelda?
Hi, I'm Imelda Wicks. So happy to be with all of you here today. I work at the University of Texas at Arlington. I work in the Department of Human Resources. I'm the Assistant Vice President of Talent, Culture, and Engagement. I've been in the space of human resources for over 15 years. Our institution is the second largest institution in the University of Texas system. The most popular one is University of Texas at Austin. And so we're the second largest one with over 41,000 students. So excited to be here. What drives me, what interests me about AI is, working in higher education. There are two pieces of looking at AI, looking at from the perspective of the workforce when it comes to moving forward our employees, but then also from the other aspect, which is our students, and preparing them for the workforce.
Brilliant. And I'm so excited to be here with all of you. I'm so excited to get to hear from my fellow panelists today. My name is Erin McCauley. I'm the Chief People Officer at Springline Advisory. We are an accounting and advisory service, which, if you haven't followed the industry, has been under mass disruption. I had previously worked in tech. My 3 decades have been focused on transformation, change leadership, leading through transition, and then more recently joined Springline about 1.5 years ago, and we are highly acquisitory. So this topic really resonated with me from the perspective of resilience and leadership in general, but also the disruption that's currently a positive disruption, I say that in a good way, by the emergence of AI, and particularly what that is triggering or calling upon in industries that are highly regulated, like accounting, where you have that high degree of trust and privacy and security that's needed, while also trying to bring in that experimentation. And so this conversation of how do we, lead in this new era, shifting from certainty to clarity, is very near and dear to my heart.
I love a talented panel. I'm so excited to hear everybody's thoughts and experience. I know a lot of this this summit has focused on where we are now, where we're headed in the short term, and I love that our session is focused on the long view. And I want to take us a little bit back in history to an experience I had when I was working for one of the companies I used to work for. We were doing goal setting, and the attorneys in the room were real mad that we were doing goal setting, because one of them raised his hand and he said, "My job never changes. I look at contracts, I edit them, I send them back, I edit them again, and then we sign them." And I said, "Oh, cool. Are you still doing that on a typewriter? Are you still having carbon copies of that you pull apart when everybody signs?" And he was not pleased. But it demonstrated that no matter where you're sitting, no matter what your job is, no matter what your industry is, there is progress, because by that point in time, we were using Microsoft Word for editing. We were using tracking and comments. And when we got real tight on something, we were using a PDF, and you could even comment on that. And so one of the things that I think we see when we have these kinds of iterative changes, some of which feel sudden, which I think AI has felt, the generative AI industry has felt sudden to a lot of people. What have you seen? And we're only going to talk about the past for a moment, but what have you seen that feels jarring and feels fear-induced for people today based on what they've seen so far in AI? And just jump in when you're ready.
Okay. Yeah. I think one of the biggest things is when a CEO or CIO gets on in front of several hundred or several thousand employees and says, over the next 2 weeks, we're going to eliminate 35-40% of our workforce because we have AI now, but they haven't proved AI. They don't even have a strategy for long-term growth. And so I think that just, invokes fear in people because they don't know how to move from there. They're just kind of stuck. They're like, this decision's already been made. And so that's one of the biggest things that I've seen across many industries.
I would agree with you, Chris, very much that the piece of fear that is really happening is that organizations are not engaging their employees in the discussion, right? It's happening in a black box, and then it's coming out and it's happening to them versus happening with them. And ultimately that doesn't help with implementation either, when you have things happening to somebody versus kind of co-creation. and involvement early on in what we're trying to build. What problems are we trying to solve? What's the approach going to be? How do you address the human people aspects of that in the planning and the dialogue? And I think if organizations shifted their approach, right, I think some of that fear would come out of the system and you would have more forward momentum in a positive way versus, people automatically digging in their heels to put up resistance to it.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And I think the fact that changes and advances in AI, and generative AI tools are happening so rapidly, makes what you're describing, Summer, especially challenging. At one point, I would say recently, I thought, with the shift in sort of generation in the workforce, that would sort of open up invitation to accept AI, like maybe, sort of younger generations, Gen Z would be all for it. And the reality is I've recognized that that's not true. I was just in a conversation with a mentee that I have, an undergraduate student in college, yesterday morning. And we were having a conversation about how some of the internships that they're interviewing for are using AI tools, right? AI interviewer tools. And this young person expressed reservation about AI, like that anything that seems permanent, that when, sort of leaders are using language like this is here and it's here to stay, that incites fear. And so totally agree that one way forward is to involve, sort of all, in thought leadership and in discussions and planning. But I think the speed has made that challenging. The speed at which, this is evolving has made that challenging.
And I would also add to that, with any change management, there needs to be a strong communication strategy. I think that's, throughout this couple of days, we've been talking about fear and creating the psychological safety and employees feeling that they're being replaced. So we've been able to identify what the issues are. I think there's an invitation for all of us to start thinking about solutions. So how do we create that safety space for our employees? How do we help them with the fear? And I think that's important, that as we're communicating and sharing this information, is that one size does not fit all. The same message is not. We need to tailor our message to the populations that we are communicating this information to, because the impact is going to be different. So therefore, in order to really prepare my workforce to move forward, when I'm meeting with my frontline employees, how I'm communicating this is going to be probably completely different than how I'm communicating this with my IT team, with the different groups within the organization. And I've seen, I noticed that's one of the kind of like, we just send one big message for everyone. And there's a lot of opportunities for interpretation, continue to feel that fear and not feeling safe. So I think, again, we have those tools already in place. AI is new, but all of our communication plans, strategies, platforms are still available for us to be able to communicate the message of change, adaptation, implementation in a way that we create that psychological safety and that we help our employees ease on that fear of how technology is now going to be incorporated into the workforce.
Yeah, well said. I think I think it's helping folks see that we want to replace fear with discernment, right? How do we use AI in a very discerning way? And then help folks see that we want to replace certainty. How will it be used? What will we use? How will it work? How will all these things be, with clarity? This is who we are as a company. These are our goals. This is our priority. These are the things we're trying to accelerate, AI or not. And here's where we're using generative AI and using various different technology to drive that forward. And I think it's giving folks those parallels, like you started with, Lauren, to help them understand we're change capable. We've changed before, right? It may not have been this, but we have done other things where we've needed to experiment and try something and then say, no, that's not quite right. We need to adjust. And there's skills that we've built in doing that before, like engaging our audience, right? Like using these communication and change management skills that were mentioned. And so in some ways, we actually already have everything we need, even if it doesn't always feel like it in this moment, to be able to lead in this era of AI.
When we think about the future, so if you think 5 years from now, what do we need to do now to become organizations that are culturally ready for AI adoption? And what tells you that they're not ready? Like, where do you see the difference?
Yeah, it's 3 things in my book, right? It's trust, clarity, and collaboration. Do you have the trust? Do people believe in their leaders, right? Do they believe in the purpose and the mission of the company? Do we trust each other, right? Because you need that in any change. Clarity. Do we understand the why behind AI and the truthful why, right? Because, when you come out and you say, hey, don't worry, AI is not going to create any job loss. And then the next day you see headlines in the newspaper saying, hey, people lost their jobs because of AI, right? Like, then that builds that fear that we fill in these thought bubbles with some crazy narratives. And then collaboration, right? Just as Summer and others had mentioned earlier, right? That collaboration to ensure that we are learning and experimenting together, right? The red flags are when you have low trust, low clarity, and low collaboration, and no AI in the world is going to fix those gaps. It just amplifies them.
Yeah, those are good points. I think about the term culture, and every company has built a culture, whether they like it or not. And that culture is often driven by, of course, the decisions that leadership makes, but also how interested the people are, the people doing the majority of the work are in adopting that culture. So what I've been seeing in lots of smaller companies that are using AI to reshape their viewpoint on what they're trying to accomplish, what it's doing is it's also taking that AI, that large language model, that process, that skill, that agent, and turning it into supermind intelligence. So it's becoming part of the team. So people are learning to adopt the technology as a partner, which is actually changing how they're viewing things, because what it does is, in the past, when you had a process, that process was usually vetted through some BPMN thing or some process engineer that came from some leader that said, I want to do X, Y, and Z. I want to sell this product. This is how you're going to sell the product. And then you got people, and all they're doing is selling the product that way, that way, that way. Well, with AI, when AI looks at that process, it says, okay, that works, but here's 10 different ways you can do that. The employee says, oh, well, I got 10 more ways. So the employee is now interacting with the AI, reshaping the culture. And so I think that's pretty exciting to see, because people who may be in that position, putting that little widget on something, now has the forum, they have the platform to be able to make change. And I like that. But you have lots of companies who are still trying to own the AI. Like we had one company that I worked with where the team was very innovative using AI, and the CFO got nervous. So he said, anything AI I own now, and it has to go through me. He shut down everything. And it's like, he totally missed the point. So I think that's important. Reshaping culture, making AI your partner.
I love that. Actually, Chris, I heard it in a recent summit that I attended. a reference to some of the AI tools being helpful almost as would be, sort of a very talented intern, right? To complement the work. And so if there's sort of that point of view that, AI does not have to replace jobs, but can be, sort of like, a complement, I think that helps to engender the trust that both yourself and Erin spoke about. And I also think that it becomes really important for organizations, because of the pace at which AI is evolving, to pivot quickly and to, have structures in place to make sure that upskilling is, front and center, but along with the message that AI does not have to replace humans. It can complement, sort of, the discernment that you were speaking about, Erin, the judgment, that is still very necessary. Humans have to be and are at the center of that, but AI can be, extraordinarily helpful. And I think it's also around reshaping culture, but reshaping jobs, being adaptable to know that, okay, maybe the way that that jobs show up, literally the functions, can be sort of massaged and reshaped to, sort of align with advances in AI.
And I would add also that when we work with reshaping the culture, there's always we're addressing perceptions. So the perceptions that, we talked about fear and we talked about creating this psychological safety, but there's also the other side of the perception of those that are already using AI. There was a study that was done by Slack that said that there is a perception in the company that if people are using AI, then they're cheating, that they're not being original. So what are the perceptions of our company is creating for our employees when it comes to utilizing AI? Also, there's some, this study says that there's a fear of being seen less competent because they're using AI, that they cannot think on their own, or that it's not coming from them, or that they're being lazy. So I think if we're promoting and we're trying to welcome AI into the organizations, I think we need to start identifying what are the perceptions of people utilizing AI so that they feel freely and comfortable and being able to be of support to other employees. The fact that they don't want to share that they're using AI, or if they put together a report, some people may not even feel comfortable say, hey, I got AI to help me put this project together, because they might feel that, well, then it wasn't really you who put it together. So I think, shifting the culture is, what is that space that we are allowing AI in our company? If we're allowing this perception, then people are going to be less comfortable, number one, admitting that they're using AI, but also welcoming AI. So I think that's another way in how we can shift the culture in the organization, by encouraging employees to use AI, by, yes, you initiated that project. It is a collaboration. It is not the AI agent creating it all, but there was that collaboration between you and the tool that we're able to put together and maximize your work. So I think that's another important aspect to consider.
We've got some great comments coming into the chat. And if you're commenting, if you're watching, please come into the chat. Let us know what you're thinking, reinforce what you're hearing, ask some questions, because that helps guide our conversation. And also connect to each other. HR, I'll say this over and over again. I've said it in every panel I've moderated. We are a community, and we also isolate ourselves because we think we're supposed to keep all the secrets and, and do everything on our own and help other people, and we don't get the help. The more HR community you build, the more help you can get, and the more you can help other people and really feel like included in the community. We have a comment from Rita Funari. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Sometimes people believe in the leaders, but not in the system. And so that really speaks to this fear factor that we have of how is this changing my job? How is this changing what we do and how we do? So if you can get like real specific with me about how can HR leaders specifically help us reshape how we look at authority, expertise, and the flow of work with the integration of AI? How do we become the mentors and the modelers of this can be good?
I think some of that comes back to, right, when you talk about goals, accountability, and how you reward people, right? If you sort of shift that and you integrate some of these components into the systems, and of course those will have to evolve as well as AI continues to transform things, but ultimately there will always be some system, right, where you have a goal and you have some way of measuring it and some way of recognizing whether or not you've achieved it, right? And what that looks like in 5 years, I'm sure will be quite different than what it looks like today. It's probably not going to be an annual review, right? From that perspective, I imagine it's going to be something that's more continuous, right, as we get ongoing feedback and that sort of thing. But ultimately, we shape that by bringing in those components to sort of say, this is what good looks like, right? This is what good looks like, and these are our expectations of what good looks like. We expect you to be curious. We expect you to experiment. We expect you to fail fast, right? We expect you to share best practices. And, you know, if you learn something great about using AI, please tell the whole team so we can all, you know, benefit from that experience and that knowledge. And we need to actually upskill leaders to do that as well. I think a lot of the weight falls on our managers, people leaders at all levels. And we really haven't, I think, enabled them in a way to bring them their best selves to help the employees at the line level. Like you were saying, people trust their leaders, but they may not trust the system. You ultimately, right, have to bring the system and the leader together and kind of work as a team and be one unit versus us against them in that perspective.
I think that's so right. I think being a part of conversations like this is a part of that. We are out in front, you know, sharing our perspective, our thought leadership around the benefits of AI and the sustainability of AI and being resilient. And I think that matters. And I think to your question, Lauren, about, you know, even further concrete examples, it's like pulling up, you know, look at this AI summary that was generated using AI Companion in Zoom. How easy did it make, you know, taking notes? You know, maybe this could actually, you know, speed up note taking for you, you know, or for our field-based employees that are caseload carrying, you know, if and when we decide that it's appropriate, maybe this could literally expedite the administrative components of your job. Look at the examples of where this might have happened for other employees. Our performance management tool has an AI, you know, support to help managers actually write the narrative, right? And so a manager that has 8, 9 direct reports can literally concretely see, oh my gosh, you know, now I can actually utilize the time that I would have spent writing, you know, these lengthy narratives to actually have, you know, conversation, the conversation that, you know, is meaningful with my direct reports. So I think it's, you know, thinking, you know, zooming out and thinking, how can we continue to be impactful as, you know, industry, across industries, AI is evolving and there continue to be really, you know, important use cases organizationally, but then it's pulling out, like you were saying, Laura, like specific examples of like, this is what worked for me. And, you know, I think as folks see that pattern, that trend, and more what we call it, Graham, credible messengers that are saying it worked for me too, you know, that hopefully that will shift, you know, mindset about not only the trust that folks can have in leaders, but also, you know, the system.
Yeah,
I love
ahead,
that,
Erin.
Nicole, because what your example makes me think of as a real simple technique, which is just called link and label, right? Which is somebody's doing the behavior, and it's just about us as leaders saying, hey, appreciate how you used AI to do note taking and quickly send out a summary so we'd all remember what we committed to, and that let us move faster when we did blah, right? Like, so being able to do that link and labeling of this happened and this is how it relates, right? I think is like so key. And it very much, builds off of what Summer said in terms of the values and what we reward. And I feel like this is my message to myself, right? All of us as leaders need to get even better at the link and label of these are our values and how it connects, why we've done these things, right? These are our rewards and how it connects to our values. This is AI and how it connects to our goals, right? And it's that reminding of that simple linking and labeling so that people can see the connection.
Yeah, those are great points. And Summer, I really appreciated the way that you described it. One thing that I did with my team is told them, okay, I want you to use AI. It will make your job better, but will also challenge you. So your goal is to at least invest into 2 projects that you're using strictly AI to help you build out something. So working with development teams, working with IT. And then I also challenge them to find 2 to 3 projects that they could work across the department. So all the different teams using AI to help shape that narrative, but also bringing that back and presenting. So gamifying it, to your point, Summer, I think you mentioned that. Gamifying it to the point where it's like you're showing this team what the capability is and what we can do, but you're also showing the rest of the organization we're advancing in front of you. Would you like to come with us? So you're really driving the whole organization to not just adopt it, but also show value. And that's where I think leadership comes in. Leadership should look at these opportunities, and the KPIs, metrics have changed for AI. We can't use Net Promoter Score anymore. We can't use, we can, but it's difficult and it doesn't have as much value. What we're really looking at is the impact the AI had across the organization. So in this case, leaders should look at it and say to their leader, who might be the board of directors, the CEO, and say, look, my teams have developed 25 solutions using AI that has literally unlocked new capabilities in our company we couldn't do before. In fact, there are companies today that are being built strictly off of AI that will disrupt major players like your SAPs, your, Microsofts, Dynamics, things like that. Some of these major systems, they're just going to be disrupted because they're not moving fast enough. So reward the people, gamify it, help them to see that they should invest in themselves, because it really does help them.
And I would just like to add with an example. We have a wonderful president in our organization, and during one of our strategic meetings, one of the topics was AI. And one of the things that I think she did superb was that she highlighted other people, not just her. I'm the leader, and this is what our organization. But she said these are key players in this initiative, and this is so and so, and this is what so and so is doing. So by the end of the meeting, we got to see at least 50 people being highlighted so that the leaders can share the spotlight with others in the organization, active members that maybe I didn't even know some of them were working on those initiatives. So I thought it's very special that in organizations, leaders learn to share the spotlight, learn to direct people to other people that might have the qualifications that could be of a resource to the organization, and be able to highlight the work. And so, again, I think those are simple little things that can really have an impact on how AI is being perceived, but then also how it's being welcomed in the organization. So I got to go and visit with some of my colleagues, and I got to learn about their initiatives. So small things, but impactful.
Let's talk about the trajectory of the HR profession. So again, if we look at a little bit of history, When I started my HR career 25 years ago, you got your updates by going to a conference. And while you were at that conference and you went to the trade show floor, you could talk to companies who had books that were this thick about this year's update, which were already outdated by the time this year's update went to print. Then we started to have a little bit of searchability, and the HR organizations were starting to post templates and rules and regulations. And then we really developed into full internet and communities and social communities and that sort of thing. And now we're moving into AI. And I remember there being like not a lot of trust around Yahoo search and MSN search and Google when it came out. And of course, we've learned to adapt, right? I don't know a single HR person today who's looking for their print book of what the rules are for this year. So we will adapt to AI, but specifically thinking about AI for HR in the long term. How can we today start educating ourselves, start upskilling ourselves so that we can be the leaders and evolve in 5 or 10 years from now? We're not being told, throw that book away. You have got to get into where we are now. What are some specific things we can do as HR professionals?
I think you have to be really curious, right? I think that you just have to go, like, I sort of label myself as I'm like a fixer, lifelong learner. I'm always like putting new information in. And recently, over the past, 2 years, I've been putting a lot of AI information into my head, and I've been playing with it a lot of experimentation, a lot of try stuff, right? And some of it works great, and some of it, it's not there yet. Hopefully it will be later on, right? And I think you also have to kind of like not be afraid of it, right? It's almost like I'm going to just step into this and I'm going to see what it's all about. And I would encourage everyone to start doing that. Like if you haven't already started, double down on it for your own development, your own growth, right? Learn about all the different tools, learn to really refine your prompts so that you get the most out of AI, learn how to check the accuracy of what you get back, because, AI does hallucinate. Sometimes you get back, it's garbage in, garbage out. AI is a tool, right? It's not a human. So if you put garbage in, you're going to get garbage back out. And so learn how to do that better, right? And then try to keep up with what's going on, because the pace of change is going to accelerate. It's just going to get faster. And it's almost like if you haven't got a good baseline for that and how you're going to learn yourself, how you're going to teach yourself, how you're going to provide your own upskilling, you will be left behind, right?
Mhm.
And so there's this own personal accountability that each person has to have in kind of stepping into that space.
Yeah, to tack onto that, there are two things that I think everybody in HR should learn. One is, what does an agent do? So there are a lot of repetitive tasks. So we're working with one company. The person moves the employees over from one system to another, and that's an automation. It's an integration. But when this one scenario happens, there's 1,000 people she has to edit by hand. Okay, an agent will fix that. Okay, that way you can focus on the things that are important to you, like people, outreach, training. The second thing is this thing called skills. Now, this is new, and you talked about pace of change. In the past, let's say you use something like Sapling or Bamboo or something like that for your company. On average, that application or that SaaS solution would update every 6 months or every year. AI itself, the actual models themselves, are updating every 2 weeks. And when I say update, I'm talking it's cognitive changes to how that thing works. We can't keep up with that. So we have to trust that what the AI is doing is in alignment with our skills that we're teaching it. So if you don't know what those skills are, find somebody that can help you build those. Those skills are your guardrails for your organization and for the outreach of your HR department to the organization. What it does is that book you talked about, Lauren, imagine that being in very defined skills that are adapted to what you do as a business and that you have control over. You write them, but it actually executes them for you to make sure to see where people are at. And really that's helpful for when you're looking at the capability and the maturity of the organization. as they're learning and as you're bringing them along on this journey, they're able to write better skills, more complex skills. They're able to simplify the work that they're doing and really focus on speaking the same language.
I love that. +1 to both Summer and Chris's advice on this. The two things I would offer in addition are have a great partnership with your IT and technology folks. These worlds are blending more and more. We on the people side are expected to be more system aware, more data literate, right? Really understanding how these virtual and live in person worlds are coming together, right? IT is becoming, presumably and hopefully with your partners, right, more human centric, thinking more about trust, more about usability, more about impact of automation on work. And so that partnership is going to become even more important than it already is in the future. And then the second thing I would offer is just those leadership capabilities that we've really talked about throughout this panel. And one of my favorite leaders, just as like a takeaway for folks on just leadership in general, is Bob Johansen. And yes, I'm old school. I have a physical book, everybody. But he talked about years ago and still does, the VUCA world from the perspective of leadership capabilities, not VUCA, kind of all the fear-based, but having vision, understanding, so really that deep listening, clarity versus certainty, and then agility. And I think those 4 leadership elements will do you well, no matter in the age of AI or whatever comes next.
Love it. And I love every comment that was made. I'd only add to be, a true strategic partner, to stay on top of ethics and areas of risk, right, that relate to AI, right? And I think, for the long game, that becomes critically important. That is what will hopefully engender trust in the C-suite and with boards and with our workforces, is that we're paying close attention, to what are, sort of the parameters, what are the areas of risks, what are, the recent lawsuits and so on, and things that have come up, areas of exposure, potential exposure. So that's, one of the other things that I would sort of add.
The nods that we nodded when you said, let's build relationships with IT, we could have caused an earthquake. That was amazing. That was a great moment. We have a comment from Belinda, I think also bringing in finance friends to help tell the story about value and add to business. And, we know you sort of have IT getting excited, HR being cautious, and often finance saying like, no, we don't need that yet. And so it's building that relationship to be brought in more to IT and to bring other leaders, whether they're finance or any other department, to bring them along with you. So that's part of what we do. In our very last couple of minutes, I would love to know, and Erin, you shared one, which is great, but I would love to know from each of you in 30 seconds or so, what are some specific tools, resources, reading that you would recommend to folks who are getting on the AI bus now?
I'll go. Supermind Intelligence by Thomas Malone.
Congratulations, you're doing one today. So gold star, everybody. You're already after one of them, right? So whether it be conferences or, hey, if you're not sure, ask whatever AI bot you're using. They'll give you some really good resources.
I'm currently listening to Stronger Ground by Brené Brown, and there are some fundamental kind of tidbits in there, and it's really about that human-centered, right, approach to AI, and I think we can never lose the human out of us, and the more we can keep that at the center of everything we're doing, the better off we'll be.
100%. One of my mantras is be afraid, do it anyway. So that's why one of my BFFs, Copilot, and the other BFF, ChatGPT, is on my phone. And so in small ways, using, and teaching these tools, how to make my, day, easier, more effective, create an outline, whatever it is, start in small ways, even if you're kind of fearful. Yeah.
And I will echo what Erin mentioned about, sometimes we have to have this dual role, be familiar with the latest and greatest tools when it comes to the implementation, but then also we need to, help the whole organization and help them move forward. So I think we're sometimes pulling so many different directions. So, working with our vendors that have the greatest and the latest, providing you samples, giving you the latest studies, building those relationships with them. They work with many professionals that can share with you a lot of tools, a lot of resources. So I think our vendors they're trying to be also a step ahead of the game. So I think those are great partners that we can work with outside of the organization. And then within our organization, who are the key players in our company that are leading these initiatives and kind of building those relationships with them. I would like to include our communication teams are so important in helping us break down the messages and identifying the best tools for the different populations. They make the message more digestible, and they make the message a lot more adaptable based on the different populations. So I really want to give a shout out to our communication people, because they really help us reach out to many of our employees that otherwise we might not be able to reach out to them.
Thank you so much. Thank you, panel. You have been amazing. I could talk to you for 6 more hours, and so could our audience. We've had some great comments come in. Again, connect with your panelists, connect with me, connect with each other. So important to keep community here. Our next panel coming up very shortly is your AI Manifesto, Human Intent, Ethical Power, and Strategic Transformation. Thank you so much. Have an amazing day.
Thank you, Lauren, and thank you to all of our panelists for that meaningful conversation. Be afraid. Do it anyway. Starting small, as Lauren had mentioned. So thanks for that. Before we move into our final session of our summit today, we need to make a quick technical adjustment. Because LinkedIn has a 4-hour broadcasting limit, we'll be ending this live stream here on LinkedIn and starting a fresh LinkedIn Live. All right, so panelists, nothing changes for you folks inside StreamYard, so just stay exactly where you are. For everyone watching here on LinkedIn, this stream will end and a brand new live stream will appear on the Hacking HR page. Our team is about to drop the new LinkedIn Live link into the comments. So you'll be able to join immediately. So we'll just give a moment for that to happen. We'll take about 30 seconds to let everybody connect. And while we're waiting, I'm going to tell you all about ways you can invest in your own AI learning in 2026. Just taking a look at the comments to see if we're back online. Let's see. Okay, I think we are. All right. So in January 2026, our live brand new mini master degree program in practical AI launches over 19 live weeks with yours truly, Enrique and Rubio, facilitating your AI journey. Learn to build your own AI-powered work assistants, design and implement your personal branding, website, agents, podcasts, and your fully AI-powered role and business. Shout out in the comments if you are enrolled in the mini master practical AI. Let us know. We would love to see. Okay. Also, coming down the line, folks, in February 2026, we have a 5-week live strategic AI leadership in business. It's a micro certificate program. So that kicks off in February, and it prepares business leaders, managers, emerging AI champs to lead organizational transformation through strategic application of AI. This experience builds the leadership mindset, operational fluency, and capability driven frameworks required to integrate AI into your business strategy, execution, and enterprise innovation. Shout out in the comments if you have already completed this micro certificate program in 2025. Would love to see you. I'm just taking a look in the comments. Kate, amazing. I can't wait to see you there. Everybody at Hacking HR is actually going to be there in January, taking the mini masters. So we'll look forward to seeing you there. And thankfully, we're back online. I can see everybody live in the comments. So thanks for staying with us. We're closing out day 3 of 4 of the AI Experience Summit. It's been a blast. It's going to continue that way. We've got a powerful and very reflective session that's going to start here momentarily. Your AI Manifesto, Human Intent, Ethical Power, and Strategic Transformation. This is our moment to zoom out and consider the future that we want to build together. So please welcome our moderator, Imani. Hi, how are ya?
Great. How are you today, Danielle?
I'm just wonderful. I'm excited for you for this final session of today. So have a blast, and I'll leave you to your panel.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hello, team. How are you?
Hello. Very good. Yourself?
Good. Can't complain. I'm glad we are ending out the day.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, everyone. Hi.
Hi, everyone. Hi.
Amazing. So as Danielle mentioned, I'm Imani Carroll. I'm the moderator today for Your AI Manifesto, Human Intent, Ethical Power, and Strategic Transformation as part of Hacking HRI AI Experience Summit. We are joined by an incredible group of speakers who bring deep insight and forward-thinking perspectives to this conversation. And I'm honored to be guiding this conversation. So I'd love if you guys all introduce yourselves before we get into it. Diana, would you like to start?
For sure, definitely. Hello, everyone. Such an honor and pleasure to be here. And my name is Diana Valer, and I'm Chief Human Resources Officer for Travel Brands. We are a group of companies within Canada, leading in travel. Every product, of course, speaks about travel, and we have both a B2B as well as a B2C arm. And I have been with this amazing organization for the past 6.5 years. Seems like a long journey, given the fact that we went through COVID all together in travel, and it's truly amazing. And I cannot wait, to be with our esteemed panel and yourself, our amazing moderator, Imani, and get started.
Awesome. Thank you. Noelle, would you like to go next?
Sure. Well, hello, everyone out there watching the AI Summit. I think that I would like to say that we saved the best for last, right? So thank you for hanging in there. I'm Noelle Creamer, and I am the Chief People Officer at Strong Minds. We are an AI-forward edtech company, and I focus on all things people, culture, HR strategy, employee experience, all the things. And I'm super excited to be here with all of you today.
Thank you. Dr. Obi, would you like to go next?
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone on the AI Summit today, AI Experience Summit today. I'm Dr. Obi Abuno. I'm the HR Director for Maviance. Maviance is a fintech company in Cameroon, based in Cameroon, and they help businesses collect and make payments, and they've been in existence since 12 years now. And prior to that, I was an HR manager and people business partner for Ericsson, and I've worked for various other companies in different industries, and I have over 16 years of experience in human resources. As Noelle mentioned, doing everything from people strategy to culture, employee engagement, training and development, performance management, strategy development, and execution. So I'm glad to be here and share my own inputs.
Amazing. Thank you. And Shauna, take us home.
Awesome. Nice to meet you, everyone, and welcome. My name is Shauna Garrity, and I am the SVP of People and Talent at TalkDesk. TalkDesk is an AI-first company that automates customer experience, and I run our global people team, talent team, IT team, real estate facilities, so all functions that impact the employee lifecycle. Super excited to be here.
Amazing. Thank you all for the intros. So let's get into the questions, and I'll start off with you, Noel, but I'd love to hear from everyone. How are you currently ensuring that AI and automation actually add to the human side of HR, from hiring to engagement and development, rather than just taking away from it?
Oh, that's a great question. I would say, first of all, at StrongMind, we really treat AI as a partner, not just a tool. So we use it to really help to kind of eliminate a lot of the noise, or what we call shadow work. We know that, prior to AI, being launched into the world, our HR teams were spending a significant amount of time just on administrative type tasks. We estimate between like 40 and 60% on admin tasks, and which is a lot, when you think about that. And so we partner with AI to really kind of automate a lot of that work, so that we can free up our capacity for our teams to really focus on the higher impacts, the higher value work. So like things like interviewing for culture alignment, coaching, supporting our leaders, all of those things that really strengthen employee engagement and really develop our people. I think one really great way that we use AI to really keep the human at the center of our experience is we use AI to help our leaders. We use it as a coach. So we'll let AI, it's almost like handing all of our leaders this private executive coach, right? And so we'll use AI to really be there to help guide and coach, especially with having some of those more difficult people conversations or those one-on-one conversations. But at the end of the day, our humans really are the ones that are driving those communications, right? And so I think that's really just one example of how we keep the human really at the center of things, while partnering with AI to really go into those conversations well prepared and really confident, just all thanks to this amazing technology.
Awesome. Thank you. Diana, Shauna, Dr. Obi, would you guys like to add again?
I can surely add into that, and I'll say you're definitely right, Nicole. I think AI obviously is not here to replace the human. I would always say it's here to amplify the culture that we have, the people that we have, and of course, embody and always give the tools to our wonderful people and our wonderful humans to work better, to work smarter by using AI. You're absolutely right. I truly enjoy this. And I'll just like echo Jeremy Atley. I don't know if all of you know, it's a phenomenal Stanford professor. He was saying, nowadays the trend should be, rather than saying, I use AI, I work with AI. Because truly AI is becoming that efficient partner in our current work that can make us more strategic, and we can focus on higher things, of course, for the benefit of the organization.
I love that. Dr. Obi or Shauna, would you like to add at all? Shauna, knowing that your business specifically works with AI and it's fully already integrated, I'd love to know how it's working for you on a daily basis.
Yeah, sure. So we like to think about leveraging AI to amplify human potential, and really thinking about how we can solve challenges at the intersection of technology and humans. And what we found is that, at least on our journey, there was kind of like an AI maturation curve where we started solving challenges in the efficiency domain. And as we've matured, we're now looking at effectiveness or productivity. So some of the examples of low-hanging fruit and efficiency were, how do we drive efficiencies within the recruitment process, specifically with scheduling? We leverage a tool called goodtime.io, and that helps us automate scheduling. And what we did in that process is we involved our schedulers, our talent ops team, in helping to select the tool, to deploy the tool, to configure the tool. And they were excited about the transformation that was going to be happening in that org, because they knew it would help free up the time that they had in their day to work on the more strategic and impactful initiatives. So we leveraged that as a tool to amplify their potential. And they're so excited about being on the journey.
I love that. Awesome. So I'll move on to the next question. I'll start off with you, Dr. Obi. How do you believe organizations can prepare their leaders and their workforce for an enabled AI transformation?
Yeah, first of all, we love the fact that AI has come to make our work easier. It's a very good thing. It helps us to reduce the manual processes. It's a very good thing. But one thing we have to know about AI is that we shouldn't allow it to override us by making us lose that human touch. Because in HR, the human touch is still very, very important. Because if that human touch disappears, then it's gonna AI is just gonna override everything, and then everything's just gonna go down the drain. And we all know people are the bloodline in organizations, and it'll be very, very tricky to have a machine rule people, to have a robot rule people, whereas we are all humans, and we are all and there's that people centricity that still needs to be electrified in our organization. So as much as we love AI, as much as we love innovation, bringing AI on board, simplifying our processes, making things easy for us to streamline our recruitment processes, streamline our performance management processes, training and development processes, we still love the human touch, because the human touch brings a very big difference in the workplace.
For sure.
I'll tell you from our perspective, we knew that becoming AI first wasn't going to start with a mandate. It was going to start with experimentation and thinking about experimentation at scale. So what we've done is we've had a hackathon at Talkdesk every year. But for the past 4 years, we focused at Hackathon on AI. And what that allowed for was that like time and space for teams to test things, to break things, to really think about where are their friction points within their workflow, and how do we leverage tools to drive more meaning and impact in their day-to-day. And what was interesting is we've seen this like wholesale transformation across the organization. It wasn't just engineers in our hackathon. Some of the best solutions came from like our customer facing teams, our people teams. People were building solutions and really truly automating workflows without deeply technical experience coming into the role. So for us, it really started from the ground up, allowing our employees to experiment at scale. We needed to have that executive level kind of like buy-in, but it couldn't be a top-down mandate. It had to be something organic that people were excited about. And we created the opportunity for them and the space and time for them to get excited. And so it was like this behavioral shift that we saw over time.
Amazing. Diana?
I love it. And actually what I want to say, I think just like to echo exactly what Shona was mentioning, I think it's all about building the digital confidence instead of just like that digital perfection / capability, right? It's like truly making sure, because people are all afraid. Oh my goodness, is AI going to be stealing my job? What will happen? Will that be, right, a replacement, a restructuring because of AI? No, I think people still need the curiosity, the empathy, the tools. And I think we have to really, really treat AI as a co-pilot, no pun intended, right? Rather than just like a threat for the people. And I think if you start with that low barrier, and I love the experimentation paradigm that you used, Sean, I think that's phenomenal. People are being encouraged. They all feel like, hey, I'm part of this. I'm part of testing it. I'm part of the trial, right? So, hey, that means that the company truly cares, and I'll see AI as truly as a tool for me to enhance my role rather than the role to be replaced or stolen by AI, right? So I think once you have that mentality and truly develop those leaders who want to be role models for the AI adoption, that I think everything else is coming through, right? The experimentation is easier, transparency in the learning curve, and truly that willingness to learn out loud and really try to see exactly what AI can actually do for us and make their lives better. I think that's not taking away from the human skills, but truly increasing the communication, seeing the automation, and of course, seeing the amazing laborious fruits that AI can do, and ultimately making the company better, making the company more innovative, and ultimately, the results are the fruits of our success, for sure.
Awesome. I love that you mentioned that people are often afraid of AI, right? Replacing them in the workplace. And that's something that affects morale. It affects the people team because they're coming to us for reassurance and for answers. So I'd love to ask all of you, how do we prevent AI from becoming a weapon instead of being used in the workforce as an amplifier?
Well, for my own take, I'll say we all just we all know the fast and rising emergence of AI. So we need to constantly upskill and reskill ourselves in order to remain relevant in the workplace. Because if you don't do that, then AI is gonna take away your job. Yeah, I love to use that phrase, because you have to remain relevant, you have to upskill, you have to reskill yourselves, you have to stay up to date with industry trends, you have to stay up to date with what's happening in the workplace, and ensure that you're competitive. Because if you don't do that, AI is gonna take your job. That's for sure. That's a phrase we don't want to hear, but we all just need to be on top of our game. That's what I always tell my people. Be ready to skill yourselves, be ready to go out there and take those courses, take those trainings. Don't wait for your organization, because they always say, oh, I'm waiting for my organization to train me. You don't wait for your organization, because you are the CEO of your career, and you're the one who determines where you want your career to go to. So we have to always be on top of our games to ensure that we are moving in the right direction.
Noelle, would you like to add?
Yes, I love what you said, Dr. Obi, and I would agree that, you know, for us, it's really about putting the people at the center of everything. And when we have AI wins throughout the organization, we don't like to even really call them AI wins. They're still people wins, right? Because it's the human behind the AI. And so when, you know, someone will come up with something creative, or they'll do something by partnering with AI, we always highlight the human first and not make it all about, you know, the technology. So just always remembering to put the human first before the AI.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Now, as you all know, we're here because our panel is called Your AI Manifesto. So I'd love to ask all of you and hear from all of you, what is an AI manifesto in HR, and why does our function need one now?
I can get started, and I would say it's truly the AI trend, right? That's everybody's hearing. I think it's the buzzword. I don't know about you, but speaking about the previous panel, all the conferences, all the learnings, all the seminars you all get as HR professionals, and also in the world as business leaders, it's all about AI. So I think it's that when you think about manifesting something, it's truly, that means AI is here. So what are we doing about it, right? It's truly how the company can manifest their own tools, their own powers to make sure you're embracing it. And the way I see it truly, to add to that, what should we do about it? Really build that strong governance that's working best for your organization. There is no secret recipe that, you know, tailors them all. We all have to be, of course, strategic in making sure it is right for our company, for our industry, for our country, if you will, because there are lots of regulations around this, and truly build that governance that's really working best for you, right? And then once this is done, so let's say if there is an HR policy or anything on the HR level, of course, communicate with IT, with digital, making sure this is done. It's also ensuring transparency. So once that governance is done, how can you ensure that the people and your amazing, valuable humans know about it? So ensure the transparency at every single level. Communicate, overly communicate again until everybody knows, and create that psychological safety so people can experience together, experiment together, learn together, and truly understand how AI can make their lives better, while, of course, keeping the humans in the loop always. And last but not least, I would say also protect the people's privacy, because ultimately we all know about all the regulations, and we all know we have to be very careful what we do input into the HR tools that we have available, and making sure they are aware, because ultimately people do look upon us, our leaders, and say exactly what are the guidelines within this organization. So again, I think the whole nutshell would be, the manifesto is here. How do you manifest what is right for our company, and how we make sure we communicate with the people what the manifest is all about.
Yeah, for us, it's just about kind of concretizing our intention with AI, so that people are aware of what we're trying to achieve together. And clarity is kindness, right? If we are very clear, not only with our employees, but our customers, our investors, on our intention and how we're trying to build ethical AI and guardrails within our product and our use of AI internally, then people know exactly how we're we're thinking about operating together, and they can ask questions. They can grapple with that manifesto. They can align their behaviors towards it, and they can decide ultimately if they want to be a customer, if they want to be an employee of this organization. So it helps to drive that clarity by concretizing what your intentions are.
From my understanding, AI manifesto in HR, it's a set of principles, roles, and values which HR will put in place on which governs the use of AI to ensure that there is no bias in the process in how people are being managed or in how processes are being managed, and also to ensure that people are put at the center of everything, and also to ensure good governance with how AI is being used. Because, for instance, let me give an example. I'm a doctor. When I was doing my dissertation during my PhD process, we have what I call plagiarism, right? So your work has to be original. It has to be original, because if you go use AI to do your dissertation, it's put in what we call Turnitin, and it brings out the percentages regards to if the work was originally yours or if the work was copied from the internet or from the use of AI. It detects everything. So what I would say is that as much as AI has come to make things easy for us, as an HR professional, I love originality. I love when people are natural. I'll prefer someone telling me naturally about themselves than someone using AI to tell me about themselves. Yes, because natural is best, and natural has always been the best. So I see the AI manifesto in HR as putting in, yes, rules and regulations governing how AI should be used, so the human touch is not overlooked or biased. That's how I look at it.
I love that, Dr. Ogbe. And I would just like to chime in and just say that for us, it's really the AI manifesto. Our company has an AI manifesto, and it's really our guiding North Star. It's our philosophy. And we have even taken it a step further, where all of our teams and departments have created their own kind of AI manifesto, which is a spinoff of the company manifesto. And it's really neat to see kind of the things that they're putting in there, and how they really put the human first, right? And make sure that the people are always kind of guiding it, but using that North Star to help, guide their experience and process and how they work. So it's really cool.
Amazing. I love all of it, from the transparency to the authenticity to the governance that you all have mentioned. So I'd love to know if you guys have committees, or have you thought of specific groups to bring in to really manage that manifesto, or is it all on the people team? And what role does each person play to make sure that we're sticking to those ethics that you all mentioned?
We have a AI steering committee, and for us, it's about bringing people together again at that intersection of technology, people, ethics, and also thinking about business outcomes. Because if you rolled it just under IT or just under people, sometimes you're missing that broader picture. And so bringing all of those critical functions together to engage in this shared decision making, it really helps to empower us to make sure that we're facilitators within the business. We think a lot about the idea of guardrails and ambition together, right? So how do we create these ethical guidelines and guardrails, but also allow us to innovate boldly while doing so responsibly? And the other piece that was really important for us to focus on with the steering committee was change enablement. It wasn't just about putting the right tools in the hands of our employees, but really thinking about how we're redesigning the work. And that takes a cross-functional team that deeply understands technology, what's available on the market, how this technology might transform a role or an org design, or even the location of the work, so that we are more strategic and thoughtful about all of those components, and that we can empower our people rather than seeing it as a complete disruptor. So for us, bringing all of those groups together in AI committee was very, very helpful. So we had their expertise and their lens as we're shaping these very critical decisions that are happening across the business.
I love what you just said, Sean. I think it's so important, to get that cross-functional accountability, and to your point, to have guidelines so then people do know. It has been also the case for us, for travel brands, truly to make sure that people are aware, okay, we are forming all this thoughtful committee, but what are the guidelines, right? How are they supposed to be, of course, behaving, testing, experimenting? And I think what worked for us was truly creating that cross-functional accountability within the teams. So we didn't have only, let's say, only HR or only IT. It was truly blending the teams together, if you will, just like to ensure that we spoke about the legal compliance, what really AI means for us, the data science, the DI, representation, inclusion, and that truly helped the people to kind of like organically discuss together, experiment together, test together. And it's really, by providing this continuous monitoring, if you will, it didn't only meet the purpose of embracing the new technology and truly understand what AI is, but it's also collaboration. There are some amazing things coming up together out of all teams working together because they realize, oh my goodness, I can do things differently. Right? And that's not only for their department, but across the organization. So that's what I found really amazing with these committees. Great questions, Imani.
Amazing. I'll move on to the next question. So as you guys probably have noticed over the last 2 years, AI has become a real buzzword. Everyone's using it, everyone's incorporating it. But when you strip away the hype, what do you all believe AI is actually here to solve for organizations right now?
I would love to take that question, if I may. For me, I think that AI is really here to help our people re-engage with their work, re-engage with work that they actually want to be doing. I think it's here to help us bring more fulfillment and more joy to our roles by really eliminating the mundane, repetitive tasks off of our plate. When we can do that, and when AI kind of removes that friction, it just allows our people to have the space to really flourish and grow and really bring joy back to the work. And it allows them the space to really focus on the work that matters and the creative work, the strategic work, really the human work, right? Especially in human resources and HR. And I was just reading a recent report actually this morning from McKinsey, and it said that it was something like 64 or 65% of organizations say that AI is already boosting their innovation. And so it talked about how AI is giving people back their energy and their purpose and just helping them to connect to their work in so many different ways that they were maybe originally hired to do in the first place. So, to sum it up, I think it's going to just elevate, people's joy in their work.
I love that. Well said. I was thinking about when you were speaking, kind of like it solved for you the efficiency gap. So there's just this huge efficiency gap in our world today. There's so many tasks that we need to do. Many of them are just low value tasks that we know can be automated. And the other is that innovation gaps. Like I don't even have time in the day to innovate. So AI unlocks those two. The third that I would add to that is really the insights gap. What I found is that our leaders were sitting on like mounds of data, but they didn't have time to structure the data to make sure it was clean, to drive insights. So AI is helping to solve that for us. So now we're getting into the point where we have at our disposal predictive analytics that will allow us to drive predictive insights across the organization. So putting data, powerful data at the hands of our leaders and employees to help drive that decision making is really one of the key unlocks that we're benefiting from right now.
Okay, from my side, I see AI has come to support us and not to replace us. That's very important because I really love the human touch of human resources because that's what brings flavor into the organization. So AI has come to simplify our processes, to make our work, as well mentioned, more enjoyable and more easier, while we keep reigniting the human touch in the work environment. So AI has come to revolutionize things, to make things have a different perspective, to make us re-engage with our work while still staying human and people-centric. That's how I see it.
That's awesome. And I'll just like echo all of you. And I'll just like say, it's truly, to your point, I like the word revolutionizing. I would say it's truly transformational. Technology, as you know, is always evolving, the same how we are as people. So I think it's truly a natural trend that we are all seeing. And we just have to, adapt and go with it, right? And truly see it as an amazing tool. I love what you said, Nicole, about, the fact that it's truly eliminating the mundane task. It's also about making sure that, we do things even better, faster, like you said, Shona, also with the data. I think that's so amazing because ultimately, if you think about it, I'll give an HR example. Imagine the employee engagement survey, right? If I walk you all back in the days when you're just like multiple Excel spreadsheets and we have comment 1 and comment 2 and comment 3, and oh my goodness, how many pages, right? And time and hours spent to kind of get to the bottom line, whereby right now is, here are the comments. What are top 3 actionable items? And voila, in 2 minutes, right? Maybe not even seconds, right? Sometimes, depending what tool you're using, you're kind of getting, of course, the sense of it. It's still the human touch that we have to make sure, again, is adaptive to organization. But I think the speed, the resilience, the newness, the innovation, the joy, I love that word as well. It's truly amazing, when you see it. And it is here, right? So it's just about us embracing it and truly enjoying it.
For sure. I really love what all of you guys said, from the innovation to the evolution of just where the workforce is currently going. But I think it will require us to have a strategic mindset and to know when to use AI and when not to, right? So I'd love to know from you guys, what does strategic transformation with AI actually look like in HR?
Maybe I can start if you like, for sure. What is strategic? Definitely, I would say when you think about the strategic transformation, you always think about your strategic goals and plans. And I know for us too, it was like, AI is here, now what? So how can we make it part of the strategy? So what really means for organization is really the moment, and let's be honest, AI is not something new. It has been here. Nowadays, it's just like more organizations are using it and it's becoming more present. It's becoming more manifested, if you will, speaking about our topic. And I think our strategic mindset have to put it right now is top of mind and top of our business strategy. So it is here. How can we get better as a business by using AI? And I think that what strategic leadership means, that what strategic components means, and we really have to start incorporating it. I know for sure, I can give another example. Within our HR strategic goals, we used to have our onboarding before. Of course, we have like new hires, everybody was coming and being welcomed by our HR team. And it was a meeting such as this one and on virtual basis, partaking an hour of the time of all those HR people being present and the new hires. What did we do? Given AI, we automated that. So right now, we actually have a bot with a beautiful voice presenting our company history, doing the onboarding, speaking about the policies, speaking about everything they need to know, being hired, what does it mean before they are going to be getting started, and of course, trained by their managers. And everything is done right now in an automated. So everything that was manual before, this is a clear example, became automated. So to me, I would say that's a simple example of a strategy. How do you put that AI within your strategy and make it, of course, your own, and then making sure that is working to the benefit of the organization?
I love that, Diana. Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead,
okay.
Doc.
From my own perspective, strategic transformation with AI, I will see it from a point of always ready to upskill your workforce in order to remain competitive in the job market, in the workplace, because AI is used to bring about people excellence. So you use AI to bring about innovative training courses and training and development courses to upskill your workforce, to nurture them in order to ensure that they remain relevant in the job market, in the workplace, so that they are not replaced by AI, but they are upskilled by AI and remain relevant in the workplace. That's how I see it.
I was going to say that for us, it's very similar to what Diana was saying. It's we adopted this mantra, burn the boat. And what we meant by that was we want to fully commit to this new AI first reality. And in order to do that, we can't just like sprinkle tools on top of our current process or stack and hope to get innovation out of it. We had to completely rethink how we engage with our workforce, completely redesign our operating system, and really think about how we can overhaul our overall stack and employee experience, leveraging this solution. It's not an easy journey. It's not a quick journey, but it's an important journey. And similar to what Dan was saying, we started with those kind of like friction points and key moments that matter in the employee lifecycle, as well as the tools that we already had at our disposal. But what we needed to do was have that mindset shift of burning the boat, not just kind of like tweaking our current processes or tweaking the current way that we're interacting with our employees, but completely reimagining it and saying, okay, if we started today and we were an AI native company, what will we be doing? And like, how do we build towards that? So thinking about adopting that mantra of burning the boat, fully committed to that AI first future.
I love that, Shauna. And I think that, as I was listening to you, I'm like putting myself in the audience shoes, right? And I think that some people may be out there thinking, oh my gosh, this sounds like super overwhelming and a big undertaking, right? And I think that that's probably one misconception, is that, an AI forward rollout or a strategic transformation has to be this massive rollout, perfect, all for nothing approach. And I think that can sometimes paralyze companies or paralyze leaders, right? Because they don't know where to start. But like Diana said, if we start with even just small goals, right? What are we trying to achieve? You can do that. You can start small, automate one process, free up one of your teams, let the wins really kind of build up. You don't need perfection to even use AI, right? It is an experimental tool. And I think that's just it. Just have the mindset, have the willingness to experiment and to really go for it and support your people along the way.
For sure. This has been an amazing conversation. And as we approach time, I'd love to ask you guys one final question. So if every organization, our listeners out there, had to write an AI manifesto, what is one non-negotiable principle you all believe should be included? It has to be included in an AI manifesto to work.
Human touch.
Love that, Dr. Robby. And I'll speak about AI from artificial intelligence. I think what something needs to be written would be adapt and ignite, meaning adapt to the trends. AI is here, and ignite your teams to start using it, because it's truly bring you joy, to Noel's point again earlier. And I would say this is hopefully is going to be a liner that you remember. So AI, adapt and ignite.
Noel, you're muted. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. I would say that one thing I would put in the AI manifesto is AI should never be allowed to lower the bar for humanity. AI should only push us forward to level up and to really, think sharper, be braver in our leadership, and really help us design workplaces that people truly love to be a part of.
I would say AI has to expand human potential, not diminish it.
Amazing. I absolutely love that. I think you guys all highlighted very important pieces today, from governance to transformation to adaptability. And that's truly what an AI manifesto was about, is having those ethics while making things a bit more efficient for your teams and making sure cross collaboration is there. So thank you all for this conversation today. And I'm glad we were able to end the panel as well as the Hacking HR Day together with this great conversation.
Thank you, everyone.
Does your business or team have an AI manifesto? Does it include purpose, human oversight, and transparency? Would love to see what it is. If you'd like to share it with us in the comment section, please share. Would love to see it. Thank you, Imani, and to all of our panelists for closing out day 3 with such powerful insights. And thank you to our community, to you, for spending another day with us and staying so active in the comments. Your engagement really brings this summit to life. And a huge thank you, a very special thank you to our sponsors, SparkHire, Keka HR, Pearson, LearnWorlds, Personality Pool, OpKey, M-Train, and HeartCount. We truly appreciate you and we love working with you. And of course, thank you to our entire team at Hacking HR for the months of preparation behind the scenes that make an event of this size run as smoothly as possible. This summit continues through tomorrow, Friday, December 5th. So feel free to invite your friends, your colleagues, your family to join us for our final day. And if you're interested in deeper guided learning, our mini master degree program, it's brand new and it's live. Practical Applications of AI begins on January 14th, 2026. It's included in our Premium Plus membership and gives you the chance to build your own AI supporting operating system for your work, for your life. And as we close, we will leave a QR code up on the screen with more details. And if you'd like to get more involved with the Hacking HR community, we would love to have you. So please jump over to LinkedIn and follow our LinkedIn page, Hacking HR, easy to find. Send us a message, just ask, and we'll help you get plugged in. And don't forget, diplomas of attendance will be available at the beginning of next week, and we will be sure to send you an email with instructions. So keep an eye out early next week from Hacking HR. All of the sessions of this summit are being recorded and will be available by next week in the Hacking HR Lab for free. So you can create your own account for free on our website. If you're interested in kicking it up a notch and earning a Credly badge and HR credits, please jump over to our website and you can upgrade your account to Premium or Premium Plus. All right. So thank you all again for a fantastic day and spending your day with us. We cannot wait to see you tomorrow on day 4 of the AI Experience Summit. Thank you.